The day shuts down. The games light up. This is BetMGM Tonight on Westwood One Sports.
Welcome into BetMGM Tonight. PJ Glasser alongside Cordell Woodland, filling in for Brad Evans and Pat Boyle. Hope everybody is enjoying their Memorial Day. I'm sure a lot of you were off of work today. Hopefully you were in some warmer parts of the country, where it wasn't raining the whole weekend. Maybe you were enjoying the beach. You were grilling some stuff, because where Cordell and I are in Maryland and Virginia, it's just been crappy weather the entire weekend. The last 3-4 days, it's been rain. The sun's starting to peek out, which is good. We do have a great sports night coming up. We got Game 4 of the Eastern Conference Finals in the NBA. The Knicks looking to advance to the NBA Finals for the first time in nearly 30 years. And then the Canadians and Hurricanes in Game 3 of the Eastern Conference Final in the Stanley Cup playoffs. Pivotal Game 3 in that one in Montreal, with the series tied up at 1. We also have plenty of baseball games coming up in the next 2-3 hours that we'll dive into. We'll get into going streaking here on the show. We maybe just had one of the games of the year in Major League Baseball that just finished up in Orioles and Rays that we will talk about later on in the show as well. Going to have two great guests stop by and join us. Chris Persinian to talk some Knicks, and then Jake Hassan later on in the show to talk some college baseball. We'll just throw out a bunch of teams. At Jake, we have the bracket that was released earlier today, and Jake will get us set for the race to Omaha in college baseball. So a lot to talk about. 5 hours here with you on the program up until 11 p.m. Eastern time. Cordell, great to see you, my friend. How is everything? How you been?
I'm good, man. Good to see you. It's been a while. Like you said, it's been terrible weather out here all week. Did have my birthday this week, so I thought that I would be out celebrating this weekend. Did get out a little yesterday. The rain kind of did give us a little bit of a break, but overall, it's been such a gray and rainy weekend.
There you go. Happy birthday. Were you able to go to one of your favorite spots to eat or anything like that? Did you get any good presents? Were you able to at least enjoy some of the day despite the weather?
Yeah, I did get some. I got some cool stuff. Me and my wife did go to it. I'm a big steakhouse guy, so I like to try new steakhouses. So we did find a steakhouse downtown Baltimore that I hadn't been to yet. That was pretty cool. Got a new set of golf clubs
Nice.
for my birthday. So yeah, I'm ready for this weather to get right so I can get outside and test these things out and maybe not shank a ball or two. We'll see. But yeah, did get some cool stuff.
Love that. What's your favorite club in the bag? Are you like a 7-iron guy? You like the pitching wedge, driver? What's your go-to club?
The pitching wedge has come. It's gotten to. I've had some times to where, I'll just rock with the pitching wedge from like my second shot on, until
Yeah.
I'm in the putting range. But the pitching wedge has been good for me more times than not. I still characterize myself as a beginner. So I'm still kind of learning what clubs I like and which ones I don't. But the pitching wedge has been one that I pretty much use faithfully.
Yeah, I like that. I'm actually golfing tomorrow, 9 holes. So hopefully the course dries out a little bit. I'm worried I get out there and, it's like swampy. I'm stepping in puddles the whole time, but hopefully it clears out. Looking forward to that as well. Let's break down what we saw last night, Cordell, in Game 4 between the Spurs and the Thunder. I always think it's so fascinating in any of these playoff series how one game can just change the general perception of the series moving forward. I think a lot of people heading into Game 4 when OKC came back, took a 2-1 series lead, we're kind of already handicapping Thunder Knicks, and we're talking about that matchup. And after the Spurs dominate last night, take care of business, A.J. Mitchell, Jalen Williams, they have uncertainty health-wise moving forward the rest of the series, and the Spurs have this momentum. Now, all of a sudden, people think that maybe San Antonio has a shot at winning this series. I think it's interesting, too, that in Games 1 and Game 2, the Thunder were about a 6.5, 7.5 point favorite. Now in Game 5, they're a 5.5 point favorite. So first, I'll ask you, do you agree with the line move? Even though it's a small one, Have you seen anything? Did you see anything in game 4? Have you seen anything in this series that makes you think with OKC going back home that they should now be a 5.5 point favorite, where in the first couple games they were closer to 6.5, 7.5?
Yeah, I mean, I think, game 5 is a true toss-up game. It's a true toss-up game. So I think, the betting people are just assuming that you're going to get the best game of this series from both of these teams. It should be a tight one. I think that this series has shown really doesn't matter where they're playing at. I think these are the two best teams in the NBA right now. So from the beginning, I've been saying that this was a 7-game series, that I expect the Thunder to win. I still feel that way even after last night. There are going to be times where the Spurs are going to be dominant because they match up with the Thunder very well. This is a team that's not afraid of the Thunder, as we saw in the regular season. They have Wemby. I mean, there's not many people that any team has to kind of counter Wemby. He has dominated Chet throughout this series and really throughout their history. It's just something when he sees Chet on the court, he starts to kind of, lick his chops a little bit and he's going into overdrive. So not really surprised with the line. And like I said, last night, the Spurs pretty much dominating the Thunder didn't change my feeling on how this series will end. I think it'll be a tug of war type of series. I do think both of these teams will push each other. And you talked about some of the injury questions that the Thunder are dealing with. Like, even that doesn't make me question the Thunder any more than I have in the past. Because if there's been any team in the league that has adjusted their rotation to guys not being there, it's been the Thunder. I mean, they've been playing without a lot of key guys all year, and it's been next man up, next man up, next man up. So I just feel like whoever they put on the floor, they're going to produce. They're going to get quality minutes out of them because that's just how they're wired. I do think, again, game 5 is a true toss-up. I'm a person that anytime I see the Thunder, especially, like yesterday in game 3 as well, I believe they were underdogs. Anytime they're an underdog, I'm jumping on them. That's just what it is. I'm jumping on the Thunder anytime I see them plus money. And I kind of felt that way even when they are a single point favorite. In this case, 5.5. Again, I do think it's a very tight matchup, but I'm not afraid to take the Thunder to cover that. I'm just not.
Yeah, I'm with you. And, I was doing this show on Friday before game 3, and I liked the Spurs in that game, and OKC won. And then I was doing BetMGM game day with Chris Mack yesterday. I came right back and bet the Spurs again. And my thought process, Cordell, was similar to you. I think it's going to be a 7-game series. I thought whoever lost game 3 was going to win game 4. These are the two best teams in the NBA. The Spurs have shown the ability that they can beat the Thunder. They beat them 4 times in the regular season. They beat them in game 1. So it's not like they fear the Thunder. It's not like they're going to back down from the Thunder. And the fact that Fox was out there again and Harper was out there again for game 4 and their season was on the line. We all knew they couldn't go down 3-1 and then you have to come back and win 3 straight games against Oklahoma City. So it was a desperation spot. It was their season was on the line. It was very similar to the spot that the Thunder were in game 2, right? If you're the Spurs, you want to be greedy. You want to steal both games in Oklahoma City. But realistically, both these teams are too good. The likelihood of that happening, not very good. I'm kind of surprised that so many of these people are overreacting to what we saw in game 4, where it feel like heading into that game, Cordell, people kind of thought it was just going to be Knicks Thunder. And now heading into game 5, people necessarily aren't so sure. Another reason why people might be a little shy on the Thunder is SGA was at the podium after the game, and one of the reporters asked how Chet was going to get more involved offensively. You talked about how Wemby has had his number. He's really struggled in this series. This is what the back-to-back MVP had to say about Chet Holmgren.
I mean, Chet's an easy target to find, so probably just like find him more in the dunker or when he's spacing. Just put him in better positions to use his strengths as an offensive talent. I don't know exactly what that looks like just because I just got done playing, but watching film, we'll find ways for sure.
So, I mean, look, like you said, especially with J-Dub out, I mean, Caruso's been so good for them. Their bench has been terrific. But a lot of people feel like even when J-Dub's healthy, Chet might be the second best player on the team. They can win this series without him playing great, but it would definitely make it a lot easier if he was helping out them offensively, if he was playing better defensively. We know in these playoff series, the deeper that you go, when you have matchups between teams like this that are very good, matchups get amplified and players have spotlights on them, and you start to realize who's actually really good and maybe who's just like a regular season player, or maybe who's a guy that's just masked by the great talent around him. Certainly feels like Chet is a guy that's taken a lot of flack in this series, and now it's a best of three, Cordell, right? I mean, whoever wins the next 2 out of 3 are going to win this series and move on to the finals. But I'm like you. I thought this would be a 6 or 7 game series from the start. Nothing that I've seen has swayed me off of that. I think the home team is going to win every game the rest of the way. But I think these games are going to be awesome. And they're only going to get more physical. And they're going to just be scrappy. And the crowds are going to be into it. And if you're a Knicks fan, man, are you hoping they take care of business tonight? And then you're just kicking your feet back and you hope these teams just go to war for a game 7 and just beat each other up. But yeah, it sounds like we're in the same mindset. 7-game series. You think each team is going to win their home games the rest of the way? Or you think like maybe, the Spurs win tomorrow, maybe OKC comes back and wins game 6 on the road?
Yeah, I mean, I could see it honestly going either way. The Spurs started the series off taking home court advantage in OKC. OKC goes into San Antonio game 3 and wins on their floor. So both of these teams are capable of winning in either arena. It wouldn't shock me if the winner of this series does win back-to-back games at some point. But I just think when you talk about people kind of changing their minds into thinking it was going to be a Thunder's Knicks finals, and now it's a possibility it's a Spurs Knicks finals. Look, the reality is it's always been a possibility that it could be a Spurs Knicks finals. I don't think, like, while I've always looked at the Thunder as the team that is going to win the championship again this year, I don't think it's impossible that they lose this series. I think it's way more likely that they could lose to the Spurs than them going into the finals and losing to the Knicks. I think the winner of this series is going to win the championship in itself. But I just think the Thunder have become the hate watch team for everybody. So when they lose, everybody's jumping on it and everybody's just like, yes, let's get them out of here. The Spurs can do it. The Spurs are, a better team. People are going to talk it up. The SGA cut that we just played, if you go on Twitter or something, you're not even going to hear that. You're just going to hear SGA mumbling and kind of thinking of his answer, and they're dressing it up like he doesn't know how to get Chet involved. So I just think that the Thunder have become public enemy number 1 in the NBA fan universe. That's just where it is, whether it's because of all the flopping, whether it's because they've been winning too much, or Wemby becoming more and more of a fan favorite, whatever it is, people now have a little bit of that same hate that they ended up having for the Warriors when they started to win too much. I just don't think a lot of the fans want to see the Thunder win anymore.
It's a great point. I talked about this on the show yesterday with Chris Mack. It's funny how when these up-and-coming teams are starting to get good, especially when they're when they're small market teams, people love them, right? And they're rooting for them. It's like when the Chiefs first started out, Cordell. You remember when they played against Brady and the Patriots in the AFC Championship game? Everybody was rooting for Kansas City. And fast forward about a decade later, and look where we are now with the Chiefs. Kind of feels like we're trending that way with the Thunder. And I think it's been amplified by maybe the dirty play and what they're doing against Wemby, SGA, and his flopping. Like, we all look for reasons to hate a team that's really good. And it feels like the Thunder are kind of taking that right now from a lot of people. Who do you think is going to be the better team in the next 4 or 5 years? Because the reason I like the Thunder, big reason I like the Thunder in this series, it's really rare in sports for a team that gets good in their first year to just go win the whole thing, right? Like you got to lose before you can learn how to win, and teams go through those growing pains. And even though San Antonio's really good, like you saw it in game 3, how OKC, who's been there before, they won a championship, they know what it takes. They can be down 15-0, not blink, come back and win the game. So I think the Thunder win the series this year. If these teams were to match up next year or in 2 years, I don't know if that's necessarily the case, Cordell. I think I like the Spurs roster a little bit more moving forward. Where are you on that conversation? The next 3-4 years, do you kind of like the way that OKC's heading a little bit more, or would you lean with the Spurs?
I mean, it's an interesting question. I like you. I think next year, I've been telling people next year is the year of the Wemby. I think Wemby's going to win multiple major awards, including Defensive Player of the Year again and MVP. I just think it's going to be the year of the Wemby. I think the Spurs are going to be the team to come out of the West, even if they meet the Thunder again next year, barring any major injuries. That said, the Thunder are so well put together, and the Spurs are too. I think they're really closely built. It's very mirror images of each other. I think the thing with the Thunder is they just breathe first round picks. You look up and they just got more first round picks in their pockets that aren't even there. So it's like they are equipped to continue to add to a roster that's kind of playing with house money when you look at a lot of the impact players on their team that you probably didn't expect to be major impact players. So at any point, they could move on from some of these pieces that they have and go and get, whether it's more draft picks or more, ready to go guys to help their lineup right away. I tend to believe that the Thunder are probably better equipped today for the next 5 years, but I think the Spurs are right there, and I do think the Spurs are going to find ways to win their own championship or two in that window.
Yeah, it is tough. I saw a report today that the Thunder might be looking to move up in the draft with their multiple first-round picks to get like Cam Boozer, and that's something that they can do, right? They've just had the luxury of, because of how good their team is and how many picks they have, they can just stay pat and pick all these guys. They've had such success at getting guys in the late first round, second round, that they don't need to do that. But if they ever feel the need to move up, they can do that, especially in a draft like this. And it could be really scary what they look like. But the Spurs, I mean, how young all these guys are, Castle and Harper and Wemby. When these guys hit their prime, if they stay healthy, I just feel bad for the other Western Conference teams, Cordell. You got to look at a team like Denver, who is we got one of the great players in Jokic, and how are we going to beat these teams? Or Minnesota, who's been bad forever, they have this window with Edwards, and it just feels like, how are they going to beat these teams? So feel a little bit for these other teams in the Western Conference, got to try and beat San Antonio and OKC for the next decade. That is the Western Conference Final. We'll talk about that series more coming up later on in the show. But when we come back from break, we got Game 4 tonight in Cleveland. The Knicks look to advance to the NBA Finals. They have won 10 straight games in the postseason. They haven't lost since the NFL draft. It's been that long. Can they make it 11 straight? PJ Glasser, Cordell Woodland. We'll talk about that next year. BetMGM tonight.
When the game goes live, the conversation turns up. BetMGM Tonight continues now.
The conference finals are here with two great matchups. Be a part of the playoff action when you bet with boosted odds. Activate your odds boost token for any bet on the NBA playoffs, and you'll receive a bigger payout if your bet wins. Get ready for tip-off with BetMGM. We got tip-off of Knicks and Cavs coming up in about a little over an hour and a half or so from Cleveland as the Knicks look for their 11th straight playoff win and to sweep the Cavaliers. We just talked about the Spurs and OKC series, as Game 5 will be tomorrow from Oklahoma City. To tie a bow on that conversation, we'll welcome on Billy from Toronto. Again, if you guys want to call into the show, text the show, give us a ring, 310-840-4910. Again, 310-840-4910. Billy, from Toronto, what are your thoughts on the Thunder and the Spurs? Do you think the Spurs have a shot still at winning this series, or do you feel like people are overreacting a little bit too much to the Thunder?
Well, I don't know why anybody would think they have a chance. They beat them 4-5 during the regular season. Here's the problem that I have, very simply put. What are we doing jumping all over OKC? This ain't the New York Yankees, the LA Dodgers, the LA Lakers, the Boston Celtics. This isn't a glam team, and we're talking about that we already hate them. Why? Because they won one championship? Are you kidding me? What's going to happen if San Antonio wins it and then beats the Knicks? Are we going to say next year when San Antonio gets there and has won one championship, we're sick of them? This is ridiculous about ripping OKC. Not to mention we got a Canadian boy on the team too that I'm sticking up for. But my God. Guys, back off. I mean, these guys, we're sick of them. They're the bad team. They're the bad boys. He flops. I like that they're winning, and I hope they go and win the next game and wind up winning the championship. I mean, I really don't get this. We have such a low tolerance for when a team wins a championship. I hope San Antonio goes on and wins 10 championships in a row. At least it's not the Celtics, the Lakers, all the big teams. We should be rooting for this team, and we're already sick of them? You got to be kidding me. That's all I got, guys.
Thanks for the call, Billy. And, I agree with them, Cordell, especially because what I love that Oklahoma City and San Antonio has done is they've built it the right way. Like both of these teams did it through the draft. It's not like they threw out these max contracts or they're just relying on their big markets to attract free agents. These were teams that had to be terrible for a few years. San Antonio, couple, Oklahoma City, a little bit longer, but they did it the right way. They did it through draft picks, through trades, and all those sorts of things to become how great that they are. But again, I mean, even though I agree with Billy Cordell, I mean, as you know, this is just the way sports are. Like, if you win games, people are going to find ways to hate you. And even though we don't think of the Thunder or the Spurs historically as teams that people hate as much as like the Celtics or the Lakers or teams like that, if you're a team that's consistently winning, a team that's consistently in the conference finals, in the NBA finals, and you're a team that other people view as like, I want my team to be that good, you hate that team if you keep losing to them every year. You know what I mean? So even though I agree, like, I think both are likable teams for the most part. I think they got likable stars, and I like the fact they've built it the right way. This is just the nature of sports, man. Like, when your teams are good, people are going to hate you.
Yeah, I mean, I agree with them, but unfortunately, fans are never happy. That's the real, especially basketball fans. They're never happy. Yeah, people hated LeBron for going to Miami. People hated KD for going to the Warriors. They wanted more home. They started to hate the Warriors even before KD got there because they were winning too much. People wanted homegrown talent. You got the Thunder right now, who are doing nothing but taking advantage of every other GM in the league because all these GMs keep giving them their draft picks. You got the Clippers who gave them SGA in exchange for Paul George. Like, I just think that a lot of these people are always going to be upset. They're going to find something to be upset about. Now the new thing is, how many times does SGA fall? I've been getting into it with people on Twitter all week about this. It's the most nonsensical stat I've ever heard of in my life. Now we're counting how many times a guy falls. We're looking for things to get upset about with this dude. We're looking for for reasons to hate this team. I don't agree with it. I don't. I'm not one of those people that gets tired of great teams or great players winning. Go beat them. Go beat them. That's always been my mantra. I was one of the few that didn't hate Brady and those guys. Now look, if my favorite team was in the AFC and losing to the Patriots every year in the postseason, I probably would. I don't hate the Chiefs the way that everybody else hates these guys. I'm not rooting for them, but I just don't have that hate that everybody else has for these winning teams. And like you said, it'll be the Spurs pretty soon. If the Spurs win back-to-back chips or look like they're going to win back-to-back chips, or they're winning just a little too much for people's liking, it's going to turn them off. It's just the way that it goes.
1,000%. I mean, like a team like the Seattle Mariners, who have been bad just about my entire life. They just made the postseason for the first time in like 20 years last year. If they get back, they make another ALCS, they go to the World Series, and then maybe they do it again the next 2 years, whatever it may be, people are going to start hating the Mariners, like it's just the nature of sports. If your team's good, doesn't matter how bad you've been for so long. It doesn't matter what market you play in. People get jealous, quite frankly. They get envious of people and teams that are really good. It sounds like, Cordell, you're a guy that appreciates greatness, and I tend to agree with you. Instead of hating on these teams that are so successful, appreciate that it's tough to do what they're doing. And what the Knicks have done this last month has been incredibly difficult. This is one of the great runs we've ever seen in the history of basketball, them winning 10 straight games. Not only have they won 10 straight games, but it's the fact that they were down 2-1 to the Hawks in that first round series. They were playing a pivotal game 4 where they know they can't really go down 3-1. They take control, they win comfortably, then they win comfortably in game 5, and then game 6 is just an all-time beatdown in that one. I was on the golf course, Cordell. I checked my phone. I see it's like 77-22 at halftime. And I'm like, what happened? And then I'm going through the box score. And really, I mean, ever since those 3 games, man, something has clicked with this team. They swept Philly. They're up 3-0 in this series against Cleveland. So what are your thoughts tonight? It feels like everybody is on the Knicks. It has a similar feel to the game 4 against Philadelphia when they were up 3-0 and everybody was on the Knicks in that game and they took care of business. Tonight might even be more so just because of how dominant they look. Mitchell's a little banged up. And people, there's been some thoughts out there that like the Cavs are just going to roll over tonight, that they're already 1-2-3 Cancun, like they're quitting. I mean, this is the Eastern Conference Finals. Like, you don't know how often and how many chances you're going to get this deep in the postseason. I'm not really buying the idea that Cleveland's just going to roll over. They've been a good home team in the postseason in this Donovan Mitchell era. I think they're going to show up tonight. I think they got a decent shot at winning this game. I did bet them plus the 2.5, but I'm curious on your thoughts tonight, Cordell. You think the Cavs give a good effort, and do you think they have a shot to beat the Knicks tonight?
I mean, you'd like to think so because, I mean, it's for your season at this point. Every game is for your season. And it's all about getting through the night first. And I do think they'll give an effort, especially in the first half. But the Knicks have just worn them down, and that the third quarter has been a killer for the Cavs all series. I just think the Knicks are going to wear them down. And the Cavs are really a team that shouldn't be. It's just tough for me to put a lot of stock into what the Knicks are doing. I'm sorry. And look, I'll admit some of it probably is the hate that I do have for the Knicks, because that is there and well alive. But I can't ignore who they're beating to get. I mean, you talked about them coming back down from 2-1 against the Hawks. I mean, the Hawks shouldn't have been up 2-1 to begin with. That was an overachieving young Hawks team that did more than they should have. Then you got the Sixers, who are as shocked as anybody that they made it out of that Celtics series. They clearly didn't want to play in that series. You got Embiid barely playing on 2 legs in that series. And now you've got the Cavs who have James Harden, who's notoriously known for coming up small in the postseason. I've always liked Donovan Mitchell. I really have. But he's also a guy that doesn't have much postseason success. He puts up big numbers at times, but it doesn't result in wins. And these big men, you just can't rely on them. I think Evan Mobley could be one of the more talented big men in the league if he's at his peak. I just can't rely on him to show me that on a nightly basis. I mean, Jared Allen, God bless him, he tries hard, but he's not hard to box out on the boards. It gets to a point to where the Cavs get no second chance points, and all of a sudden the Knicks are killing them on the boards and they're going up and down the court. It becomes an effort issue for me after a while. I just don't think the Cavs can match up with the Knicks effort or talent-wise. But look, I'll give the Knicks credit for knowing how to finish these teams off, because that used to be a problem for them. Even if you go back to the Hawks series, part of the reason they were down 2-1 is because they weren't finishing games. They allowed the Hawks to come back and steal a game or two that they shouldn't have. And even going back to last year against the Pacers and how that series went and they lost games that they probably felt like they should have won. I just think that is the one thing that the Knicks have shown, is that they will put you down when they start to smell blood, because when you go up against the Thunder don't blow leads. They don't give leads back. If they get up 15 on you, the game's probably over. Now, we've seen the Thunder also come back against the Spurs, 15-0, and then even yesterday it got off to a slow start and the Thunder came back. I just think that's the one quality that the Knicks can hang their hat on, is that they have shown that they do have a killer instinct, because if they're going to win it all, they're going to have to do that and then some against either the Spurs or the Thunder.
Yeah, Cordell, during this 10-game win streak, they're winning by an average of 22.5 points per game, which is the largest margin of average victory in regular season or playoff basketball. So forget just the playoffs, like doing this in a 10-game span. Regular season too, which is kind of incredible considering how big tanking has gotten in the NBA the last decade, and the fact that nobody's been able to top this margin that the Knicks have done in the last 10 games, which, to your point, it's like, from a betting standpoint, if you like the Knicks tonight, just bet alt spreads. Like, don't bet them, -2.5. Don't bet the money line. Like, bet them 9.5. Bet them 14.5. Because chances are, if they win, they're probably going to blow out the Cavaliers. Somebody in that Cleveland locker room, though, Cordell, who thinks they might have a chance is their head coach, Kenny Atkinson. This sound has been surfacing all over social media that he's getting a lot of flack for. If you haven't heard it, this is what the Cavs head coach had to say about this series so far and his team's chances in Game 4.
Analytically, I think we've won the I said 3 out of 3. We're 2 out of 3 in the expected. I don't know if you guys follow that. There's an expected score. And we won 2 out of the 3. And I know you're looking confused, but I'm not. There is really, if you believe in process and all that, like, man, so, take that later. I know I don't throw that on them. I see it for myself.
Sorry, Kenny, if I don't believe in your team analytically, when you had a 99.9% chance to win Game 1 and couldn't get that job done, right? When you're up 22 with 8 minutes to go in that game. But analytically, Cordell, Cleveland, they've been the better team for 2 of these 3 games. It's a shame that they lost that Game 1, because I think there'd be a lot more excitement going into this series the rest of the way. It really would have changed a lot of things if the Knicks, who had been on cruise control after that Game 4 against Atlanta, that whole series against the Sixers, to put them behind the 8 ball, you immediately flip home court to the Cavs. It's a shame that they couldn't hold on and win that Game 1, and maybe this series would have taken a different direction. I think we all kind of knew once they lost Game 1, there was really no coming back from that. Maybe you thought Cleveland could have won a game. Maybe you thought they could have won 2. But it's a lot like the Knicks last year against Indiana, when the Pacers had that crazy comeback with the Halliburton shot that goes way up in the air, comes back down, they win it. The Pacers go on to win that series. It's just tough in sports, Cordell, when you're already an underdog and you can't win a game like that and you don't have home court to win the series. So, look, I hear Kenny. The Cavs have had some good moments. They've played some good halves. They've played some good quarters. But at the end of the day, you got to finish the job. And to your point, Donovan Mitchell, James Harden, these are guys historically that in the playoffs, they come up small in big moments.
Yeah, it was a bad look, I think, for Coach Atkinson to pull that analytical stat out. I mean, nobody wants to hear that. Nobody wants to hear analytically on the computer, we're actually up 2-1 in this series. Well, in reality, you're down 3-0 fighting for your life tonight. And here in Baltimore, the word analytics is kind of like people want to stay away from it these days for a different sport, mainly around the Orioles and baseball. And, you know, it's been a big talking point for the last week or so, really longer than that. But I just think for Cleveland, they're just trying to grasp onto any positivity that they can. In his mind, it's him saying, look, you know, the results are the results, but we have shown that we can play quality basketball. We have shown that we can outplay them in spurts. And I hear him on the process, and that would have been cool if it's December. But now it's May. You're in the Eastern Conference Finals. There is no tomorrow. So the process, we're now down to the results part of the process. What are the results in these games? And the results are telling me you're getting ran off the floor. They've been good at home all year and all in the postseason as well. I think now they only have, two home losses in the postseason to this point. But you don't feel that going into this game tonight. It just feels like the Knicks have all the momentum. The Knicks are just ready to go in there and take this series away from them. And I just don't feel like Cleveland has enough to play full 48 minutes with this Knicks team that's just better, deeper, and wants it more. That's what I see when I watch these games. It just looks like the Knicks want it more than the Cavs.
No question. That game tips off a little after 8 o'clock. We'll preview that one again later on in the show. We'll get to a call when we come back from break. Paul from Long Island going to give his thought on the Knicks and if they can take care of business against the Cavs. We'll also do going streaking as we do on BetMGM tonight at the end of every first hour. We still got a ton of Major League Baseball games coming up. Myself, Cordell, our guys behind the scenes, Zach Grant, Max. Everybody will pick one guy to get a base hit. We'll see if we can go 5 for 5. Stick with us here on BetMGM tonight. PJ Glasser, Cordell Woodland filling in for Brad and Pat.
When the game goes live, the conversation turns up. BetMGM Tonight continues now.
Crack, that's the sound of the bat hitting the baseball and a reward being dropped into your account. Take a swing each day in our free-to-play game. If you get a hit, you'll score a reward depending on whether you hit was a single, double, triple, or home run. This game is exclusively available at BetMGM. How does it work? You play as the batter and select an area of the strike zone. If you get a hit, you win a prize. You could win a $50 bonus bet, an odds boost token, a parlay boost token, or a same-game parlay boost token as well. We got a great guest joining us to talk the Knicks coming up top of hour number 2. Chris Persianen stops by, previews game 4 between New York and Cleveland. We'll also talk some NFL in hour 2. We'll get into the scuffle online between Abdul Carter and Jackson Dart and the Giants, and we'll talk some more Major League Baseball, which we'll talk in this segment. We're about to go in streaking, but before we do, we have Paul from Long Island on the phone lines who wants to talk some New York Knicks. So, Paul, what do you got for us ahead of Game 4 between the Knicks and the Cavs tonight?
Thank you for taking my call. And I honor your show all the time. And as a New Englander, I have to say, man, New York, you need glory. Josh Allen hasn't got it to you. Brooklyn hasn't got it to you. Yankees got it to you. You have to go with the Knicks, man. This is like one chance of every 10 years, let's say. But you know what? The Celtics, they made their bed. Okay? But let's be honest here. You're talking about a lot of money. You're stealing from these fans a lot of money if you don't win this. Because these teams and these players, they are millionaires. The fans are not millionaires. Can you just step up for Josh Allen and the rest of the New York teams and just do it, man? Because guess what? The Yamabama, get at the back of the line, young man. You're not going to win it if the Knicks go in the final. That's all I have to say.
Paul, we appreciate the call. And Cordell, I love the fact that he's grouping in Josh Allen with New York. And technically he's right. I mean, Buffalo is New York, but you got the Jets there who have definitely had their rough years.
They're the forgotten team.
Just forgetting about the Jets, the Mets, who are the most disappointing team in baseball this year. Not going to throw them out. I love the fact he's going with Buffalo. But Paul, as a guy who's a Boston sports fan, I appreciate he's had so much success, and Boston and New York are supposed to absolutely despise each other, and I'm sure he does. But he wants to see, the Knicks have some success for the city of New York. And I kind of do too, Cordell, to be honest with you, just because I want to see how insane the parade is. I want to see how insane the scenes are after every game outside of the Garden in the finals. It's just the city would go ballistic if they won it. But Paul, thank you for the call. I just love the fact he grouped in Josh Allen and Buffalo with New York. That was awesome.
Yeah, I mean, you talk about figuring out what the parade's going to look like. I think they've already shown you. They've thrown a parade after every postseason win that they've gotten to this point. I don't know if they have any confetti left to throw. So that's the biggest concern. It might be a confetti shortage in New York because they drop it after every playoff win they get. We'll see if they even get a chance to drop it for real. But yeah, I don't think that the Knicks will be having a parade, sad to say.
I agree with you. I think whether it's the Thunder or the Spurs, that's probably your NBA champion. But tonight, the Knicks look to make it to the NBA Finals for the first time since 1999. Cordell, let's go streaking with some Major League Baseball. Myself, you, our producer Zach, our board op Grant, and our video producer Max, all of us picked a guy to get a base hit in the late slate tonight in Major League Baseball. I'll kick things off. I'm going with Teoscar Hernandez of the Dodgers to get a base hit tonight against the Rockies. He's 2 for 3 against the starter for Colorado tonight. He's having a nice season. I think Teoscar gets a base hit against the Rockies and that pitching staff, so I will take him as my player for tonight. Cordell, who do you got in going streaking?
I'm going with the low hanging fruit, and I might need to apologize early to him if I've ruined his streak. But I'm going with Nick Kurtz, man. It's not many batters hotter than him these days. 47 game on base streak that he's going on right now. I'm sorry if I ended for you tonight, Nick. He's also got a 7-game hitting streak going on as well, and he's going up against Luis Castillo, who's starting for the Mariners tonight, who has not been good this year, especially in the month of May. He's got a 6.5 ERA in the month of May. He's getting hit all over the place, not going very deep into these games. Hasn't gone as deep as the six innings deep into a game since May 3rd. So I like his chances tonight to keep that on base streak going and his hitting streak.
I love it. All right, Nick Kurtz. Nothing wrong with that pick at all. One of the best young hitters in baseball. Our video producer, Max, is going to go with Mookie Betts in that Dodger-Rockies game as well. Our producer, Zach, is going to take J.P. Crawford in the Mariners and A's game, a game that you're involved in. And our board op, Grant Leiter, out there in Chicago. Grant, who's going to be your pick tonight for going streaking?
This is the first time that Nick Castellanos is going to play against the Phillies, so I'm going to go Nick Castellanos. The storyline's right itself. And PJ, you love a storyline bet. I know you.
I do. Well, what's is there a tragedy that happened? Is there something that I'm missing?
No,
Grant?
this is Nick Castellanos' first time. No, it's his first time playing Philly. Oh wait, yeah, I know what you mean. There might be a tragedy. It's a home run hit by Nick Castellanos.
I saw Castellanos on the rundown, and I just wanted to make sure everybody was okay, but he's playing against Philadelphia. So there you go. Teoscar Hernandez, Nick Kurtz, J.P. Crawford, Nick Castellanos, Mookie Betts. Parlay all 5 of those guys together, plus 449 parlay. We will try and hit that on BetMGM tonight. Hour 2 up next. Chris Persianen joins us, covers the Knicks for Clutch Sports. We're talking Knicks-Cavs, Game 4.
light up. This is BetMGM Tonight on Westwood One Sports.
Hour 2, BetMGM Tonight. PJ Glasser, Cordell Woodland filling in for Brad and Pat here on Memorial Day. We hope everybody had a great Memorial Day weekend. Hopefully you're in the warmer, sunnier parts of the country. I know a lot of us here on the East Coast just got pounded with rain. And hopefully you're settling in, watching us, and getting to enjoy a great sports slate here on this Monday night. We got Game 4 of the Eastern Conference Finals coming up with Knicks and Cavs. Chris Persianen going to join us here in a little bit to talk about that. We got Game 3 of the Eastern Conference Final in the Stanley Cup playoffs. Canadians, Hurricanes, pivotal Game 3 with the series tied at 1. And then we got some Major League Baseball as well. We still got 4 games that haven't started at the moment. Astros, Rangers, Marlins, and Blue Jays about to get underway, but you have currently 4 games going on in Major League Baseball. So we'll talk about those and then, of course, get to some NFL news as well. But it looks like our guest has joined us. Chris Persianen covers the Knicks for Clutch Sports, site expert at Daily Knicks for Fanside, a digital content creator at The Fan. Give Chris a follow on X at Chris Persianen. Chris, really appreciate the time, man. And let's just start plain and simple. The Knicks haven't lost in 10 straight games. How do you beat this team?
Wow, that's a great question to start. I think if I could answer it, I would have one of 30 very exclusive jobs, but I can't. And it seems like Kenny Atkinson, it seems like Nick Nurse, it seems like Quinn Snyder. They don't got the answers either. And that's kind of the magic of this Knicks team, right? They can give you options. They make you pick your poison. So the way to stop them, man, pick the poison that you think will be less deadly than any other, and drink as much of it as you can before you fall over. Like Josh Hart 3-pointers, I don't know what it is that teams are going to be willing to kind of die on the sword of, but they got to pick something at some point. And I think what's gotten teams into trouble is their inability to choose, we're going to let Hart shoot. Then he makes a couple and then you don't let him shoot. Now your guys are confused. So it kind of works against each other. For opponents, it works together for the Knicks in a good way.
We were talking earlier about the Knicks and obviously their success that they've had in this run in the Eastern Conference this year. And the one thing that I felt like has stuck out to me with them has just been their killer instinct. And I feel like that's something that they've struggled with. But you go back to that Hawks series, and they have really just stomped people into the grounds. They're destroying these teams. And I felt like that was something that they struggled with in previous postseasons, really even as early as that Hawks series in the first round. Do you think that kind of developing that killer instinct and finishing teams off, even if it's as early as the third quarter, has that been a big difference in this run that they've been on?
100%. And you kind of stole my thunder. I was going to say, you want to talk about last year? They had problems facing adversity last month. Like this team was not necessarily, I don't know how to put it. Like they weren't going to get cast as one of the street tough gangs in West Side Story or something. You think of New York City, you think, these guys are, hustling and bustling. And the Knicks were like, hey, Dallas Mavericks, you want to fake an injury for everyone and just come tank? You can still win. Come do that at Madison Square Garden, the world's famous arena. Like there was not that sense of pride. Now, I think the best example would be after the first half of Game 1 against the Philadelphia 76ers. That Knicks team came out like they were down about 47 at the half when they were in reality up by about over 30 points. So the Knicks had entitlement problems this season. And I use the word entitlement, even though that's kind of a buzzword, because Mikal Bridges used it. Like, I'm comfortable using it because the players used it themselves. Me personally, being a 24-year-old beat reporter, I'm not someone who's going to kind of lob adjectives like that around without basis. That's kind of a heavy-handed thing to do, especially for a young writer. Mikal Bridges, unprompted, was straight up just like, I don't think I've been very coachable this season, and I think I've been entitled. And I have to fix that. you just talk about a Knicks team that top to bottom is ready for this. Um, I think every guy on this roster is ready for this moment, not just to meet it, but to exceed it. And not just to play the role that they were brought in to play, but to cover some gaps, fill in some holes where they might exist as well. This is a team that at first was not willing. And when I say at first, I don't mean last season. I mean in January of this season, was not willing to completely disregard ego in favor of winning results. They changed that. They objectively changed that. And now Jordan Clarkson plays in this rotation. Why? Because he's an offensive rebounder, he's a gritty defender, and he keeps the ball moving and he makes the right decision. How much money, what odds would you guys have put on Jordan Clarkson being like a PJ Tucker type player for this Knicks team this year? When they signed him, you're thinking, all right, what are the three things that this guy is going to bring to the table? Number one, scoring off the bench. Number two, experience scoring off the bench. And number three, successful experience scoring off the bench. that was the sell. Now he legitimately leads them in offensive rebounds at the end of the night sometimes. Like you look at the stat sheet, you're like, yeah, Mitchell Robinson got 2 offensive. Does that say 4? Does that say Jordan Clarkson has 4 offensive? That's what it's about. The guy was out of the rotation. He knew he wasn't going to play unless he did the Pat Bev, and he did it. So, I got to give a lot of respect to the guys on this Knicks team, and not just the players that were in and out of the rotation and earned their way back in, but how about for the coaches that removed guys from a rotation on purpose and then were ultimately like, nah, you know what? We have a better chance to win if I admit that I was wrong. And they did that.
We're talking with Chris Persianen here on BetMGM tonight. Covers the Knicks for Clutch Sports, site expert at Daily Knicks for Fansided as well. Chris, I'm glad you brought up the coaching staff for the Knicks because this time about a year ago, they made a controversial move and they fired Tom Thibodeau, a guy who kind of brought in this culture, got the Knicks back to relevancy. And it was a very unpopular move with a lot of people that you get to the conference final. It's a big risk to fire a coach. There was a while there where they couldn't find their guy and they scrambled and it kind of felt like they just went with Mike Brown. And now look how things have turned out for the Knicks. So what do you think has been the difference between Mike Brown and Tibbs? Because it feels like that situation the Warriors were in to me with Mark Jackson and Steve Kerr, where Golden State kind of knew they weren't going to get over the hump and they had to make the change. So what do you think it's been that Brown has done that Tibbs wasn't able to get out of this team?
Yeah, that's a great way of framing it because you're acknowledging inherently with how you phrase that question that this is largely the same personnel as last season. You don't want to talk about a guy in Landry Shamet helping them close out a playoff game in the Eastern Conference Finals in the fourth quarter in overtime. Well, he was on the roster last year when they needed 6 games to beat the Detroit Pistons. Like he was warming up, he was stretching, eating good before every game, his game day diet and meal. He just didn't get in the game because the Knicks decided that they needed to mitigate the risk of playing minutes without their best players on the floor as much as possible. And Mike Brown did not come in saying, oh, I believe the way to win a championship is to start Landry Shamet or to play 12 guys off the bench. He came in and said, I have my way that I like to do things, and I'm interested in hearing how you guys like to do things, and let's figure out what works best. I know it's hard, especially professional sports, to, in an era of so much information being accessible to fans, analytics, data, all these buzzwords, right? It's kind of hard to watch someone die on the sword of, I know best, I know better than the numbers, I know better than you. But that was kind of the magic of Tom Thibodeau, was he would do that and it would work. So it becomes kind of hard to question a guy like that over time. And I think he got to a point where it's no indictment on his coaching ability to say that the Knicks needed a different voice in the room. Some NBA team will be very lucky if they have a coaching search this offseason and they end it by hiring Tom Thibodeau. He will enter the NBA next season as one of the 15 best coaches. Like, he'll immediately be in the top half. This Knicks team just needed a different voice. And to really answer your question with regard to what is so different about this voice, I think let's do a little poetry, right? We started this answer talking about how the roster is mostly the same. Let's look at the coaching staff. Darren Erman, he's back. Rick Brunson, we know him. He's back. Maurice Cheeks, he's back. Mark Bryant, big man coach, he's back. Corey Sherman, all these guys that are kind of end of the bench development, they have the laptops and no one really knows who they are. Jordan Brink is the guy in charge of New York's challenges. That's his job. He's the challenge guy. These guys were all on the staff last season. These guys worked for Tom Thibodeau. And now they're living in a world where their ideas, the players' ideas, are met with more of an open mind. And I do think there's something to having your convictions, having your beliefs, in an age where so many people can just ask AI, oh, how do I stop engage 8? Or how do I score in a pick and roll? And it'll genuinely give them an answer. It's kind of good to have someone have their own beliefs to lean on. But Mike Brown brought his beliefs to the table and also said, I think 1 + 1 is 2. If anyone can show me verifiable evidence that 1 + 1 is 7, I'm with you. Just bring it to me. And even though that seems a little facetious because I put it that way, it's really not. And it's Karl Anthony Towns who came to Mike Brown after Game 3 against the Atlanta Hawks. He said, Coach, this is not going well. We did this last year where the first, second, and third option was Jalen Brunson. You got to get me more involved. Did Mike Brown say, oh my God, I never thought of that. You're right. Jeez, dude, I'm so sorry. We're gonna throw out the playbook. No. In fact, Vince Goodwill with ESPN reported that Mike showed Karl something on film and said, you want the ball? What are you doing here? You can't get the ball if that's where you're positioned. You can't get the... So this is a locker room of accountability. This is a locker room where people are not afraid to challenge what is known as fact. They also just know they have to be able to back it up. And these are the little things that over the course of a season really worried fans. And Mike Brown drove New York City crazy when every single time he said, guys, trust me, I know this doesn't look great, but we actually need this to succeed. We're not going to succeed without this. And it's like, okay, that you have to say something. We get it. Now we're looking in the postseason. Well, would Karl Anthony Towns last year have gone to his coach and said, dude, we need to flip the offense? Like, the guy that you decided in the playoffs is our primary scorer? It's me now. And then the coach listens. Like, that's not exactly what happened. Mike did challenge Karl. Mike did challenge Karl throughout the entire regular season to position himself better, to take better advantage of the opportunities he had. But ultimately, Karl was trying to tell Mike that he's trying to fit a square peg in a round hole. And instead of just grinding it down and making it work the way Tom would have, and Tom was right to do so a lot of the time. He got career seasons out of Julius Randle, Dante DiVincenzo, you name it. But the Knicks are reaching a higher ceiling now. And I would not be doing my job if I didn't say this is part of why.
Chris, I mean, I think it's easy to look at this Eastern Conference final series and say, well, the Knicks are the better team. Cleveland, they just don't belong here. But this is a Cavs team that took out the 1 seed. Whether you believe in the Pistons or not, they take them down. They've been one of the better teams at home in this postseason. They've got star players. Now we could definitely sit here and talk about the lack of success, some of the lack of success that those star players have had this time of year. I will definitely buy that. But I am somewhat surprised that the Cavs have not put up a better fight in this series. I'm not surprised to see the Knicks in the lead, but to see the Knicks up 3-0 and it really hasn't been competitive, I'm a little surprised by that. Why have the Knicks dominated the Cavs the way that they have?
Yeah, I love that way of looking at it. I think a lot of people right now are thinking, hey, we've made this mistake in the past where we thought teams were really good and then we watched them get crushed in the playoffs and we figure, oh, the team that beat them must be the best, when in reality, they were just wrong in the first place. Those other teams weren't actually, et cetera, et cetera. But listen, man, you said it. This is a Cavs team that was not just legit, but like widely viewed as, whether flimsy or not, being one of the best teams in the Eastern Conference. This is not some, oh, it's a beauty in the eye of the beholder type of team. This is like, people really believed in this team when it was Darius Garland, and then they upgraded, and then people really believed in this team, and now they're down 0-3. The answer that's like a bit of a joke, a bit of an answer rolled into one, is that they brought Dean Wade and Max Strus to a battle of the wings, and the Knicks had Mikal Bridges and OG Anunoby. Like, if you want me to really, give it to you in one sentence, that's what I say. But overall, I think the reason the Cavaliers haven't looked as good in this series is because the New York Knicks are finding their pressure points. They're making it less about 5 versus 5, or you want to add in the coach, you want to add in whatever, 18 factors versus 18 factors. They're making it more of like, hey, Rock is going to beat Scissors. Rock's going to beat Scissors. They keep playing Scissors. Let's keep playing Rock. James Harden, late in the game, right? Draymond Green did the best job of anyone on the planet talking about what was wrong with that stretch of play from the Cavaliers. Draymond said he knows who he is. He knows he's a winner, but he knows he's not a dribbler. He knows he's not a shooter. He knows he's not a, right? And it's his job to have the pride to say, Steph Curry is not on the floor to play defense. I don't care if it's a center that takes his matchup from him. Someone has to. The Cavaliers didn't do that. Whether their coach told them to or not, they died on the hill of James Harden guarding Jalen Brunson in isolation late. And I guess, I'll just throw you guys a bone. I haven't reported this anywhere, but like, even just being in the tunnels of MSG, after game 1 and ahead of game 2, it was pretty easy to get the sense, even hearing directly from people on the Cavaliers side of the world, that like some of the players were expecting Kenny to call a timeout at some point there late in that game. Those are players, their camps were like, hey, like what we were kind of watching, being like, what? Everyone just kind of got caught off guard, because no way the Knicks actually pull off that comeback, right? And from then on, I think that stunning effort from New York genuinely froze Kenny Atkinson. He said, geez, well, if I take a timeout, that doesn't help that Harden still got to be out there. He felt stuck. The Knicks are like, dude, you guys got a lot to figure out, but we're going to keep running up the score while you guys are at it. They haven't let up. The Knicks all season played up and down to their competition. In the postseason, their entitlement problems have been behind them. And it's kind of a silly way to sum up how an elite team has performed, because it does imply that they could have been doing this all along and they just kind of didn't. But that's actually my exact point, is this, they literally could have been doing this all along. The problem is, or what the reason they didn't, is because they needed to go through this adversity, realize how ugly that grass can get. You spend so much time thinking the grass is green around the other side, you forget to water your own. You look down after a little bit, you go, Jesus Christ. So, it took the 2-9 stretch where they lost to a tanking Mavericks team with every veteran out. It took a really ugly period of basketball where I think if you asked the average Knick fan, they would be like, yeah, I don't know if Mike Brown makes it more than 1 year. We'll see. They figured it a lot out, though. And it's that's kind of, any team was going to get caught up in this. So for Cleveland, especially being a team that's not been quick to adjust or to stop the bleeding or whatever, New York's having a field day with them.
Yeah, they are. They look to close out the series tonight against the Cavs. He's Chris Persianen, covers the Knicks for Clutch Points, site expert at Daily Knicks for FanSided, digital content creator at The Fan as well. Give Chris a follow on X at Chris Persianen. Chris, we really appreciate the time. Enjoy Game 4, man. We hope to have you on again soon.
Thanks, you guys, so much. Got to give Pat Boyle some crap for me. Thank you.
Yeah, there you go. Great stuff from Chris. When we come back, we will stick with New York. We'll talk about the G-Men. Is everything all right now with Jackson Dart, Abdul Carter, John Harbaugh? We'll talk about that next. PJ Glasser, Cordell Woodland, BetMGM tonight.
When the game goes live, the conversation turns up. BetMGM Tonight continues now.
More baseball talk coming up in 20 minutes. It is Memorial Day. This is one of those times a year on the calendar where we start peeking at the division standings and the wild card races in Major League Baseball. Cordell and myself will go through all the divisions in Major League Baseball and give our thoughts at this point as we're about 60 games into the MLB season. Also going to talk some NFL. We're going to get into the Rashee Rice news coming up in an hour. We're going to get into the New York Giants here in moments. And then Jake Hassan going to join us 9 p.m. Eastern time. Talk some college baseball. We got the bracket, the 64-team field in college baseball, the race to Omaha. Jake knows college baseball as well as anybody. Knows some MLB too. So we'll chat some baseball with Jake. Looking forward to that. Also, if you guys want to call the show, we've already had 2 callers. We've had a third that was in the waiting room. It's been great. You guys chatting in on this Memorial Day. So hit us up 310-840-4910. Again, 310-840-4910. You can call in, you can text. You want to talk some Knicks, you want to talk some hockey, you want to talk some Spurs Thunder, NFL, whatever you want to talk, MLB, let us know, and we'll break it down here on BetMGM tonight. But Cordell, a couple of days ago, things were not so great in New York Giant land, as a lot of expectations, a lot of excitement for the G-Men this upcoming season. They get John Harbaugh after he was let go by the Ravens for 18 years. They got a young up-and-coming quarterback in Jackson Dart. They got all these good pieces in that front four on that defense. But their quarterback, Jackson Dart, attended a Trump rally, and that was not well received by one of his teammates, Abdul Carter, who tweeted out he thought this was AI. And a lot of people have come out and said this was not a smart move, because regardless of who you vote for and what your political affiliation is, when you're the quarterback of the Giants, this isn't the kind of thing that you probably should be doing when you know that you're going to get a lot of backlash for it, most likely. It seems like, everybody's good now and they've made up behind the scenes, but certainly going to be a story here for the next couple weeks. Do you think this is going to be a distraction for the Giants moving forward, and maybe even as we get towards training camp and during the season?
Probably not. John Harbaugh, he had a similar instance like this. I want to say maybe last year around training camp time, he was asked about his visit with Trump at the time, and John spoke pretty highly of Trump. He spoke highly of his meeting with him, and it wasn't necessarily received that great in Baltimore at the time. So I'm not surprised to see that this is happening in New York. But it moved on. It kind of was a story, and then it wasn't, and so eventually games will be played. Eventually it will be about football. But as we sit here in May, it's not. It's about everything else. So this is the time period where you're going to have a lot of these types of stories be at the forefront of the headlines, because there's nothing football related to really talk about right now. I don't think that this is going to be something that carries over into the season. I don't anticipate it being a situation to where guys in his locker room all of a sudden don't like him because he's a Trump supporter. Like, I would imagine he's probably not the only one in there. When it comes to Abdul Carter, the topic aside, I don't necessarily love calling out your quarterback on social media, regardless of what the topic is. It just, how is this going to end well? You know what I'm saying? And we're talking about a second-year quarterback. It's just not a good look. It's just not a good look. And look, he may feel like what Dart did wasn't a good look. That could be fair. But that's something that I do think that you should probably handle behind closed doors, because, again, what positives are going to come out from you calling out your quarterback in that regard? And now you're going to have everybody jumping on him, and it creates that division. So look, I'm not defending Dart, or I'm not getting on him for what he did either. At the end of the day, he's not breaking a law. It's him using his own right. And Abdul Carter used his own right to use his social media. I just don't think that anything positive can come out of you calling out your quarterback literally for anything. It could be about whatever.
Totally agree on everything that you said. I think more so the story is about Abdul Carter rather than Jackson Dart. If you're Jackson Dart, like, you had to know going into that, when people found out what you were doing, you were introducing the president at his rally, that was going to garner some attention. But clearly you didn't seem to mind. But for Abdul Carter to come out on social media and voice his opinion rather than just calling him or texting him or handling it that way, that's where I look at kind of this story and I'm like, that is something that really, like, you should have just done behind closed doors. But like you said, Cordell, I mean, it's the end of May, like, we won't see preseason games until August. A lot of time is going to pass till then. And at the end of the day, if the Giants are winning games, Dart's playing great, Carter's playing great, so it'll all be a non-story. That's all the fans really care about. That's all the media cares about. Do you play well? Are you winning games? And we know winning cures everything. So I think that's really, to me, like, if this story happened in August, I think it would have been a little bit more interesting, when kind of like you're preparing for games and you're getting ready for that. But all the way out here in May, I mean, this thing will blow over. BetMGM players will receive an Any Sport Parlay Boost token to use the Parlay Boost token. Add a parlay wager made up of any sport. Wagers to bet your slip and activate the token. If you win your wager that was made with the token, you will receive extra winnings. Cordell, what do you make of the New York Giants for the upcoming season? Feels like a team that a bunch of people think can make the playoffs, maybe as a wild card team, maybe even be a surprise division winner. Doesn't feel like they're ready to win the Super Bowl necessarily, but with some of those young pieces that they have in place, the potential of some of those guys has Giants fans excited. And now they have a coach with a ton of credibility, and they've really been searching for a big-time head coach ever since Tom Coughlin. I mean, it's been a nightmare, whether it's been Shermer or Joe Judge or Dable, whatever it may be. It's been ugly for Giants fans. And they've given John Harbaugh the keys to the car. They gave him $100 million. It's his franchise. They just signed Joe Shane to be re-signed him to be the GM. Harbaugh's calling the shots. I mean, that's just like the title. Harbaugh's making the decisions. I think we all know that. So what do you make of the Giants for the upcoming season? Do you think this can be a playoff team, or are you more so like, I kind of think they're only going to win 6 or 7 games?
Yeah, I mean, look, try to put my biasness to the side. Anybody that's watching can kind of see at least the color of my hoodie. You may not be able to see what hoodie I'm wearing, but I do have affiliation to one of the teams in the NFC East, not being the Giants. That said, I think the Giants have had a pretty solid offseason, to be honest with you. I think getting Isaiah Likely is a steal. I think he's a stud. Anybody in the Baltimore area that's heard me talk about Isaiah Likely during his time with the Ravens has only heard me talk highly of him. I think he's an absolute stud. The Giants put out a screenshot of him, I guess, catching a one-handed pass in practice the other day. That's what he does. I've seen him do it so many different times. So I think Isaiah Likely will be a great addition for them. I like their draft as well. I just need Malik Neighbors to get healthy. And I think that's the big thing for the Giants. It's tough to really put a lot of stock into them right now when arguably their best player may not be available to them to start the year. And even when he does get on the field, what does that look like? We're talking about a knee issue for a guy that's pretty early in his career. So this is kind of alarming to me. I don't feel good about that, but I do think the Giants defensively will be better this year. They've had talent on that side of the ball. They've just struggled to kind of get it all to come together. And I think that's their team issue in terms of their identity. They have scattered talent. And maybe that going to get John allows them to kind of play more as a team, because it just seems like they weren't able to get that talent to showcase consistently enough and enough to where it resulted into wins. I mean, they blew multiple leads this past year as well. So part of that is on a big part of that is on the defense not being able to kind of shut the door. And then that's another concerning thing for me because John is leaving a Ravens team whose defense struggled to close out games for them as well. John is kind of the poster child of blown leads in the NFL these days, of not being able to finish close games, to not being able to win big games. So I think it's going to be an up and down year for the Giants. I'm looking at them to be a 6 to 8 win team this year. I think there will be some elements that you'll see that they have taken a step forward in, but I think they're a young team that is still learning how to win. And that's what they got John for, to kind of give them some stability, to give them a coach that has been there and done that has won a Super Bowl, but can also bring some sort of winning culture to that team. And I do think we'll see elements of that this year, but I don't think we'll see it enough to where we're talking about the Giants being a playoff team. I think we're talking about an 8-win team max.
I think that's fair. I agree with you. And I feel the same way about Harbaugh and Jackson Dart as a head coach and a quarterback, where I think they're perceived to be a lot better at their jobs than they actually are. Like a lot of Giants fans think they just got one of the top head coaches in the NFL. And I do not believe that. Like, I do not think Harbaugh is a top 5 coach, whereas a lot of Giants fans and maybe some people around the NFL feel that way. I do not. I think he's a good football coach, but Cordell, I mean, as you know, for so many years in Baltimore, he had great talent. He comes into that job after they let go of Billick, and you got Ed Reed and Ray Lewis and Terrell Suggs and Haloti Ngata on defense. And then you get Joe Flacco as your quarterback, who definitely was up and down in the regular season. There's no denying how good Joe Flacco is in the postseason. Outside of Tom Brady, you could argue in that era, you might not want any quarterback in January than Joe Flacco. His numbers are that good. And as you know, Cordell, there was a slide when Flacco was starting to fade a little bit where the Ravens weren't very good for 2-3 years, and there were talks of him getting fired, and then they got Lamar Jackson, which saved his job. Lamar turns into an MVP, one of the best players in the league. And because of their playoff failures the last few years and just the way things went down, how this past season went, it was time to move on. But I'm so interested now with the Giants as Harbaugh having a team with really like not proven guys, right? Malik Neighbors, Jackson Dart, Abdul Carter, like all these guys are fun, exciting, young, talented players, Cam Scatterbo, but it's not like you're walking in and you have Josh Allen as your quarterback. It's not like you're walking in and you have Jamar Chase at wide receiver. So I feel the same way about Jackson Dart, where you saw flashes at quarterback. I want to see, can he win games in the pocket? I know he can win games running around and getting concussed every single week. I want to see if he can stand back there and win games with his arm. So that's my thoughts on the Giants, where I just personally feel like Dart and Harbaugh are good, but I don't think they're as good as everybody else does. And I lean with you, where I think more so they're kind of a 7 or an 8-win football team for this upcoming season. This is BetMGM Tonight on Westwood One Sports. This segment is sponsored by Progressive Insurance. Save on commercial auto insurance from Progressive. Get a fast quote at progressivecommercial.com. We're going to talk some baseball to wrap up hour number 2. It's Memorial Day. A lot of these division races are pretty good in Major League Baseball. If you want to talk about it, give us a call, 310-840-4910. Again, 310-840-4910. PJ Glasser, Cordell Woodland, BetMGM Tonight. We'll be right back.
Live scores, sharp options, no waiting till tomorrow. BetMGM Tonight is back.
PJ Glasser, Cordell Woodland here with you, filling in for Pat and Brad on Westwood One Sports. This is BetMGM Tonight. Coming up to kick off hour 3, 8 p.m. Eastern time, we're going to talk some NBA. Who is the best player in the world right now in the NBA? Is it Wemby? Is it Jokic? Is it SGA? We'll get into that. We'll also talk some NFL and talk some college baseball with Jake Hassan. About an hour, 15 minutes, 9 p.m. Eastern time. We got the bracket that was released today. Jake's got a lot of thoughts, a lot of bets that he likes on the race to Omaha. Cordell and I get ready to talk some baseball. Before we do that, we got a caller, Kevin, out in Baltimore, wants to talk some Orioles after one of the best games of the season today. Orioles with a thrilling 9-7 victory over Tampa in the 13th inning. Kevin, appreciate you calling in. What are your thoughts on the state of the O's right now, 54 games into the season?
Thanks for having me on, fellas. Appreciate it. What up, Cordell?
What's going on, man?
Not a lot of the O's. It's documented. We've had some struggles to close out games. We've had some struggles to even really get in the game, a little bit. But in my opinion, we stayed in the fight. I think it was important to a guy like Colton Cowser and the rest of the team to get put in some tough spots and come through with a W for once instead of taking an L. I think it's a big momentum shifter if I'm the Orioles a little bit because Tampa Bay is a very difficult team to get past. So maybe no better time than now to kind of get started and, just try to turn the ship a little bit. Appreciate you having me on, though, fellas.
Thanks, Kevin. I appreciate it. Cordell, look, you and I are both Orioles fans. I'm sure we feel the same way. It was an awesome win today. It was a win they had to get because the Rays were so uncharacteristic. It was so un-Ray baseball with all the errors that they were making and the mistakes they were making. But I feel like this is the 4th or 5th time we've done this season with the Orioles where they have a game like this. You feel like it's going to change the momentum. You feel like this is the start of something big. And then they go out and tomorrow they'll lose 10-2. And then we'll be sitting there and we'll be like, here we go again. Nothing's changed. It's the same old Orioles. So as much as I want to be there with Kevin, as much as I want to be optimistic and say, I hope this was the start of something. I hope they can rip off 7-8 games in a row, sweep the Rays, maybe get back in the wild card picture because they're only 2 games back out of the American League wild card because of how bad the league has been this year. But Cordell, I feel like we've seen this so far through 2 months, man, where it's like they make progress, they have a great win, and then they just can never follow it up.
To your point, we can go back to April 13th, where the Orioles erased a 7-1 deficit against the Diamondbacks. You've got a bunch of craziness happening in that game. You got Craig Albanez taking a baseball off the face. You got Jackson. You've got Jeremiah Jackson, who ended up being the guy that hit the ball that hit Craig Albanez in the face. He goes on to hit a grand slam in that game, ends up helping the Orioles come back, win 9-7. A lot of us at the time thought that would be the turning point for the Orioles to get hot. That was one of at least 4 to 5 instances so far this season to where we're wondering if that'll be the turning point. The most recent one was the Orioles taking 2 of 3 from the Yankees in Baltimore, and then they go to D.C. with a weekend series against the Nats. You're going up against one of the worst rotations in baseball, and they can't get to them. They lose that series to the Nats, and it's right back to the usual. Here we are again today, a great win for the Orioles, hard-fought win. They were resilient. They're fighting, scratching, clawing. They literally did whatever it took to get the win today. I will give them credit for that, no doubt. You've got them coming off back-to-back walk-off wins, back-to-back walk-off homers from Colton Cowser, who's been struggling as much as anybody offensively in that Orioles lineup. So there are reasons to be optimistic and kind of hope, really, because that's what it is right now when it comes to the Orioles. Everybody's hoping that this is the thing that turns their season around. I'm just hesitant to say that it will be. I mean, I can't ignore the fact that the Rays had 4 errors today. That's not the way the Rays play baseball. That's just not. So how often are you going to rely on that? Do you think they're going to commit 2 errors tomorrow? I would be willing to bet money that the Orioles commit 2 errors tomorrow and not the Rays, considering how the Orioles defense has been this year. Bradish has gotten better. His last few starts have been really good. He's looking the part. They need Trevor Rogers to kind of catch on, and really a couple of these other guys in this rotation. But for me, it just boils down to them offensively. I just don't trust the Orioles offensively to be the type of offense that they have to be at their best in the long term for this season. They're going to have spurts to where they win some of these games. And again, I do give them credit for fighting till the end and helping, and that showed up today in them getting the win. But I just don't see sustainability at the plate, among other things. The defense is a huge issue in itself. But I continue to say if the Orioles are going to have any success this year, it's going to be because they're one of the best offensive teams in baseball. I just don't see that being the case for them.
I don't either. And Cordell, I mean, they've had one of the easiest schedules in baseball. I think this was their only like 3rd or 4th win this season against a team with a winning record. And they haven't had many series against teams with winning records, but they got swept at New York. They got swept at Tampa. They did win those 2 games at Camden against the Yankees that you mentioned. They won today against the Rays. If I'm missing another series, like I think that's their only 3 wins this year against teams with the winning record. So they've had one of the easiest schedules in baseball, and they really haven't been able to take advantage of it. I know the White Sox now have a winning record, and they swept Chicago earlier in the year, but when they played them, they did not. So, I mean, they still are going to have to play all those teams in the National League, right? The Dodgers, the Padres, the Brewers, the Cubs. They're going to have to play all these teams, and there's just nothing that I've seen that makes me feel like they're going to play up to the level of their competition. So we all keep waiting for them to flip the page. We've been waiting for them to flip the page for 2 years. It hasn't happened. Maybe today was the day, but like you, we've seen too many examples of this. It's 1 step forward, 2 steps back. So I'm good on buying into the O's making a turnaround. That division, though, Tampa with that loss today, the Yankees beat Kansas City. Now a 3.5 game lead for the Rays in the American League. I like Tampa still in this division, Cordell. I like Tampa to win the American League. I think they're the best team, and I think their brand of ball is going to play the best in October. So I'm in on the Rays. A lot of people are going to like the Yankees, especially at the price that you might be getting them to win that division. Who do you like to win the AL East?
Yeah, I mean, look, it's tough to argue against the Rays. The thing that helps me put stock into them is that this isn't a team that's hanging on one stat line or they're just the best home run team. We saw it even in extras today. They're bunting, they're getting sack flies, they're hitting the ball through gaps, soft contact. I mean, they just find different ways. They're running the base pass well. Usually they're a defensive sound team. That wasn't the case today. And their rotation is healthy and has been one of the better ones in the American League. So I do just think that their game has the sustainability that even when they do get into a little bit of a rut, they have multiple avenues to play their way out of it, health dependent. And as I look around the American League East right now, the Yankees are there, but the Yankees have times where they forget how to hit a baseball, and really Blue Jays, Orioles, Red Sox. I mean, you're kind of just holding out hope that those teams could turn it around. I'm starting to lose faith in the Blue Jays, though. I do think that most likely it is the Rays division to lose.
No doubt. And another reason I like the Rays long term, Seattle and the Yankees are up there in terms of pricing, but the Rays and the Trop is a house of horrors for the Yankees. And Seattle had one good year where their bats showed up, but this year feels like the rest, where the pitching's there and the hitting's not. So I'm in on Tampa. We'll talk about some of the other divisions coming up later on in the show. But to kick off hour 3, who's the best player in the NBA? We discuss next. BetMGM tonight.
games light up. This is BetMGM Tonight on Westwood One Sports.
PJ Glasser, Cordell Woodland here with you. BetMGM Tonight, Westwood One Sports, filling in for Pat and Brad on Memorial Day. Hope everybody had a great weekend, winding down, listening to us, and get ready to turn on some NBA and NHL because we got a great slate of games, a pivotal Game 3 in the Stanley Cup playoffs between the Canadiens and the Hurricanes. Carolina minus 155 favorite in that one. Total is 5.5. You want to get some bets in. And then in the NBA, the New York Knicks looking to advance to the NBA Finals for the first time since 1999. They look for their 11th straight playoff win and their second straight sweep as they try to take down the Cleveland Cavaliers. And then they just kick their feet back and hope for a 7-game war between San Antonio and Oklahoma City before they hop on a plane and travel to one of those two cities for a best of 7 where we will crown an NBA champion. So that game getting ready to tip off. Final thoughts, Cordell, on that one before we continue to talk NBA and dive into who we think currently is the best basketball player in the world, and who is going to be the next U.S.-born player to win MVP, because we've had a stretch here of foreign players with SGA and Giannis and Jokic and all these types of guys that have won MVP. So before we get into that and Game 4 tips off, who do you like tonight between the Knicks and the Cavs?
Yeah, I mean, I've been holding out hope that the Cavs will make this a series and will fight back. If not tonight, literally it's over, obviously. Breaking news there. But I just like to think that Cleveland will give their home fans something to cheer about in this series. They've been so good at home really all year. Last game went the way that it went. I'm hesitant to say that I think the Cavs are going to win because nothing about them tells me that they're fighters. And I shouldn't say that. They had to fight back against that Pistons team to win that series, but nothing in this series tells me that they're fighters because I just haven't seen it. Odds are the Knicks do win this game and sweep them just because they're the better team and they've taken the Cavs' heart. But I'd like to think that the Cavs are going to make it tough on them. Maybe their scores get hotter than usual. And they actually don't allow the Knicks to get on that patented third quarter run that has doomed them in this series. They've got to keep it close in the third quarter. I just don't think the Cavs are deep enough to really keep up with the Knicks for all 48 minutes. That's really what it boils down to. I'm going to take the Knicks to win. Knicks probably end up covering in my mind, but I don't think it's the typical blowout that we've seen for the most part. I think the Cavs keep it under 10, but the Knicks end up winning.
Cordell, I have a phrase that I like to use, and the phrase is, I love people, but I hate the public. And the public is referring to the betting public. And normally, when everybody's on one side of a game, I like to fade that side. And I love looking at betting lines. And if there's something that betting has taught me, it's a great way to see how odds makers view games, how they see certain situational spots. And I think it's so fascinating that Cleveland was a 2.5-point favorite in Game 3, and now they're a 2.5-point underdog in Game 4. And it's very tricky to bet these games when a team's up 3-0. And I mean, there's just such a wide range of outcomes. The Knicks could win by 30 tonight. It wouldn't surprise anybody. The Cavs could win tonight. It wouldn't surprise anybody. Like, truly, this game, anything could happen, which is why earlier we were talking about during this 10-game win streak, the Knicks have won by an average of 22.5 points per game. That is the best win margin ever in the history of basketball over a 10-game period. Regular season, NBA, regular season or postseason included, they've been on a historic tear. So if you like the Knicks, don't bet the 2.5. Bet some alt lines, 9.5, 14.5, maybe even get nuts with the 20.5. That's the way I do it. But the fact that the Cavs were a 2.5-point favorite and now they're a 2.5-point dog. And there's been that much of a line movement against a Knick team that has been doing this the last 10 games. Everything I know about betting, Cordell, is telling me to take the Cavs in this game, but everything my eyes are telling me is to take the Knicks in this game, which is the reason that everybody likes the Knicks. And I understand it because the Knicks are going to show up tonight. The Knicks want to get this thing over with. They want to get their rest, and they want to get ready for the winner of Spurs Thunder. The Cavs, you and I expect them to show up, but I mean, maybe the Knicks just come out and blitz them and then they just roll over and that's it. And they just go home. So I would bet Cleveland in the game, and I have bet Cleveland just to give me some action. I understand people that don't want any part of the Cavs and think that they're done and the Knicks are just too hot and they're on a roll. I certainly get that. But I'm going to take the Cavs to win tonight. I think they got one last stand in them. They've been a good home team in the postseason in the Donovan Mitchell era. And I think they got one more game in them. So, look, they should have won game 1 of this series. Game 3 was competitive until the fourth quarter. It's easier said than done, but just put together a full 60 minutes of basketball. As your head coach, Kenny Atkinson, said, analytically, you've won 2 or 3 games in this series. So hopefully in real life, they can finally win a game in this series. And Cordell, I think what's so interesting too, if the Cavs win tonight, how many Knick fans do you think is there going to be a thought that creeps into their head of, oh boy, are the Knicks really going to make us stress? Because could you imagine if they also lost game 5 and they got to go back to Cleveland for game 6? And all these people that have bought their finals tickets and have just talked about the Knicks in the finals and are getting ready and they're gearing up for San Antonio or OKC. Like, I'm still waiting for the Knicks to be the Knicks. It's almost like Indiana football, where I kept waiting for the Hoosiers to be Indiana football, and it just didn't happen. They blew out Bama in the Rose Bowl. Then they smoked Oregon in the semis, and it's like you keep waiting for – and maybe that's just what it is. Like, we just have to erase everything we know about the Knicks and the history of the Knicks and just take this team for what it is. But I like, there's a part of me that just feels like they're going to make, it's the Knicks. Like, they're going to make their fans struggle. Maybe they don't, but part of me, that's another reason why I kind of like the Cavs a little bit tonight in +2. But is there a part of you that is that way too, where it's like in the back of your head, you're like, it's still the Knicks. Like, it shouldn't be this easy. And maybe there's a part of them and the Cavs that can somehow force this to maybe a game 6 somehow.
Yeah, I mean, there's definitely a part of that there. I think for me, at least, what erases that thought a little bit is just the Knicks are clearly better than this team. I mean, if it wasn't that the Cavs looked so inferior to them, then I would buy it. If the Cavs were punching back even a little bit, I would buy it. But the fact that they have just bent over backwards for the Knicks and have just let them kind of take their heart and come into their house and run them off the court and make some of these games, especially in the second half, look so uncompetitive, it just makes me feel like the Knicks don't feel threatened by this team. And I think that's why they're running them off the court the way they do. If it was similar to maybe that Pacers series last year, to where the Pacers stack up against them. Like, even last year, I'm not going to sit there and act like that I thought that the Pacers were as great as they were last year. I didn't. I didn't expect the Pacers to push the Thunder to 7 games and almost win that series, but they did. This year, it just doesn't seem like, at least in the Eastern Conference, that there's anybody that the Knicks are worried about right now. And I think they've shown that ever since they've woken up, at least they've shown that. And I think that they're confident in knowing that nobody in the NBA wants to fight through a screen anymore. And they know they're going to get those one-on-one matchups with Harden down the stretch. So they've already exposed Cleveland's defensive strategy, and they know it's a sore spot that they can keep poking because they're not going to counter it. They tried a little bit. They started trying to double Brunson off the screen a little bit, but all that did was allow Brunson to kick it to the open guy on the wing, And as soon as they see Harden in the middle of the lane, they're attacking him right at his chest. So they just haven't really been able to hide him. I just think the Knicks feel like when it gets down to crunch time, they can get a bucket whenever they want to. I just don't think they've seen anything in this series that gives them a reason to fear that the Cavs could come back and steal this series away from them.
That's Cordell Woodland. I'm PJ Glasser. This is BetMGM Tonight here on Westwood One Sports. Give us a call, 310-840-4910. Again, 310-840-4910. You can give us a call or you can send us a text message as well. We've had a lot of callers into the show so far. It's been awesome. We got another one, Fred out in Massachusetts, who is going to kick off our next topic. We got Cavs and Knicks getting ready to start right now, Game 4. But in the other series, we got SGA and Wemby in the Western Conference Final. And a lot of people feel like those might be the two best players, or certainly two of the 3 or 4 best players in the NBA. Fred, we'll start with you. Who do you believe right now is the best player in the NBA?
The best player is Jason Tatum, obviously. But let me tell you something. I listen to you guys really because it's on rarely because it's on today because it's Memorial Day, so the guys in Boston are off. But I got to tell you something. I don't understand this, and I tell people around here too. The pretentious attitude that Knicks fans have and that you seem to have too on the Knicks, comparing the Knicks to Notre Dame, what have they ever done? They call their arena the most famous arena in the world. For what? Because Aretha Franklin played there? Played a song there, 20 years ago. I mean, what are we talking about here? The Knicks and the Rangers suck. I don't understand any of this nonsense. It really pisses me off that we have to talk about this. The Knicks suck. Their franchise sucks. The whole thing sucks.
Thank you, Fred, for your call in Massachusetts. I said Indiana, not Notre Dame. So right off the bat, you're wrong there. Jason Tatum, the best player in the NBA. That's quite a take. That's certainly. Yeah. I mean, look, I like Jason Tatum a lot. I think he's really good. I mean, there's just no world in which he's a top 5 player in the NBA. No chance. And then look, the reason everybody's talking about the Knicks is they're really good this year. It's New York, which definitely helps. They're a big brand. They play in a big market. But again, they are on a historical stretch right now. Whether you hate the Knicks, whether you love the Knicks, it's just facts what they're doing. They've won 10 straight games, and they've won by a margin of 22.5. No team in the history of the NBA, regular season or postseason, has done that. So if the Knicks were just scraping by and they were barely winning these games and it just felt like they were kind of fluky and somebody was going to expose them, that's one thing. But they're playing great basketball. And Cordell, you've said it multiple times on the show. I mean, they are the class of the Eastern Conference. Like, it's just, I mean, it's not even close, like going up against these other teams. And that's why I think a bunch of us are so excited for the finals, because we really do just want to see like the difference of the level of ball that the Warrior or that the Thunder and the Spurs are playing opposed to what's going on in the Eastern Conference. Because the quality of defense that the Knicks are going to see if they do get past Cleveland and make it to the finals, it's going to be night and day to what they've been facing in the Eastern Conference playoffs thus far.
Man, Fred came in hot. Look, it's a shame because I want to agree with him about the Knicks. I do agree in the aspect that, I never buy into when people are like, oh, the NBA is better when the Knicks are good. Miss me with that. There have been plenty of good years in the NBA where the Knicks have been trash. I don't care about the Garden. And people like to dress it up like the Garden is this, and that. Yeah, it's an electrifying crowd, and they come out there because they're so desperate to watch their team win because their team hasn't won anything in decades. We weren't even alive the last time the Knicks won an NBA Finals championship. So that's a big part into that. But the other big part is most of the opposing team's best players are the ones that love playing in the Garden more than Knicks players, it seems, because their stars go in there and make a name for themselves more than Knicks players do. Now, that's changed a little bit with Brunson, but It wasn't that long ago that Trae Young was in there and shutting everybody up and stealing the Knicks fans' heart and getting the Knicks out of the playoffs. So I don't necessarily buy into all that. Now, the Tatum thing, I mean, we don't even know if Jason Tatum is the best player on his team anymore, let alone in the league. I strongly disagree with him on that. But I get his frustration. But I would say this, Fred, I'm frustrated too that we're still watching the Knicks. I blame your Celtics. I blame your Celtics for not stepping up and doing what they were supposed to do. They were the only team in the Eastern Conference that anybody was supposed to be putting stock in right now. But instead, they were too busy peeing down their own leg and couldn't even beat a Sixers team that didn't want to be there in the first place. So you should take a lot of that frustration that you have and aim it at the Celtics organization, because they are the laughing stock of the postseason right now. They're the reason we're having to watch the Knicks and the Cavs play right now. It shouldn't be that way. That frustration should go to the Celtics.
Well said. And Cordell, honestly, I think that's probably a big reason why Fred had so much to say and why he was so frustrated, is because he's watching the Knicks and he never got to see his Celtics have another crack at them, right? The Knicks beat them last year. Tatum got hurt in game 4. Even before Tatum got hurt, I still think a lot of us probably would have liked the Knicks to win that series. They would have gone on to win that game and take a 3-1 lead. But we all were expecting a Knicks-Celtics collision course in the second round, and we never got it. But you said it perfectly. All of us kind of felt like those were the two best teams in the East. Detroit had a really good regular season, but they were one of those 1 seeds that none of us really ever took seriously. Like, did any of us really think Detroit was going to the finals or they were good enough to win the whole thing? It was the Knicks or the Celtics. And the fact the Celtics couldn't even get there, they blew a 3-1 lead. Boston, they're used to a lot of success. And what's happened to them the last 2 months between the Vrabel situation with the Patriots, the Red Sox got rid of Cora, the Bruins had an early exit, and the Celtics had an early exit. This is welcome, Fred. This is what it's like to be a fan of a sports team. This is what it's like for the rest of us. We don't get it as good as the Boston people do. This is what it's like, and it's not fun. And I get it, man. Boston and New York, they hate each other, which is why when we had Paul on from Long Island earlier in the show, Cordell, it was kind of refreshing and surprising to hear a guy who's a Boston sports fan talk about how he wants to see a New York team have some success. We need more people like Paul. He is a rare bird out there, Cordell.
He is. I don't know how many of his local his natives out there will agree with him, but
yeah.
Look, I'm all for some good old fashioned hate in sports. Keep the rivalries alive. I think that's a big reason why college sports have trended down the way that they have. The traditions, the rivalries. Look, I still hate all the teams that were in the original Big 12. I'm a Nebraska football fan. I still hate Oklahoma. I still hate Texas. I still hate Colorado. I hate all of those teams, even though the conferences are all out of whack these days. But I can understand the frustration. But especially for a Boston fan right now, it doesn't feel good to watch this Eastern Conference Finals and feel like you probably had the best team in the Eastern Conference and you didn't even make it out of the first round.
And you know what, Cordell, which makes Boston such a great sports city is people like Fred, because there are so many like him that demand greatness. And even with all the success that they've had, if they have a bad year when they were expected to do something, this is what it's like, man. They expect to win championships every single season. And if they don't, it's like the world is ending. And they're pissed at everybody, especially the teams that they feel like they could have beaten or the teams that they feel like got farther than they did. So love the passion from Fred. The Jason Tatum take, that might have been a touch bias there. Maybe some green colored glasses on Fred with that one. Again, I like Tatum a lot. I think he's a really good player. Best player in the world? I don't know about all that. We got to go to break. When we come back, Cordell and I will talk about who we think are the best players on the planet. And a guy who a lot of people feel like certainly could be one of the best quarterbacks on the planet, Patrick Mahomes. What's his wide receiver room going to look like with the Rashee Rice news and them not really addressing that in the draft? We'll talk about that next with the Kansas City Chiefs. PJ Glasser, Cordell Woodland, BetMGM tonight.
When the game goes live, the conversation turns up. BetMGM Tonight continues now.
Halfway through the first quarter, Knicks and Cavs. Cleveland up by one, 17-16. Knicks are now down to being a 1.5-point favorite, and the total goes from 218.5 all the way up to 224.5. We also are underway first period in Montreal between the Hurricanes and Canadiens. Game 3 of that series tied up at 1 apiece. We are scoreless. Montreal, though, currently on the power play. So we'll keep you posted on both of those games going on. We're going to talk some NFL here in segment number 2. We're going to talk Kansas City Chiefs. Rashee Rice, he violated his probation after testing positive for marijuana, has been ordered to serve 30 days in jail. We'll talk about that in moments. You guys want to chime in on the NFL, NBA, NHL, MLB, anything you want to talk about, or you can text us. Hit us up, 310-840-4910. Again, 310-840-4910. Cordell, before we talk some NFL, let's revisit the NBA real quick and talk about who we think currently is the best player in the world in the NBA. Feels like it's been Jokic the last few years, but SGA's won back-to-back MVPs. People are starting to see Wemby on the national stage. It definitely feels like it's become more of a conversation. So at this moment in time, I ask you the best player in the NBA, and your answer is who?
I've been talking about this a lot, man. It's going to be probably really unpopular, which I don't care. But that said, look, for the last maybe 3 to 4 seasons, I feel like I have confidently called Nikola Jokic the best player in the world. I think this year, I think SGA took the reins. I think SGA is the best player in the world right now. And I know all the stuff that's out there with the flopping and him falling and everything is just so many what I call distracting stats, because those are meaningless numbers to me, honestly. If people want to cry about the Thunder getting to the free throw line as if this team isn't on the usual blowing teams out by 20 plus a night. It got to the point to where if you could find a line that has the Thunder at minus 15 and a half, because that's what they were for a huge part of the first half of the postseason, they were 15 and a half point favorites, and they are blowing that out of the water. It goes beyond of getting to the free throw line for me. I just look at SGA as I just haven't seen anybody make the game as easy as he makes it look sometimes. His mid-range is almost automatic. You get to the late game situations and you've got to go bucket for bucket with the other team. I've watched him make some of the toughest shots I've seen in a long time. The dude has a counter move to every counter move the defense has. He gets his guys involved, and I'm not going to ignore that he's on the best team in the league, and they all do play their roles really, really well there. They allow everybody to kind of go out there and be their own player and play comfortably. But I've given Nikola Jokic the title of the best teammate in NBA history. I don't think there's been another player in NBA history that gets more out of his teammates than Nikola Jokic. And for a long time, I thought that was LeBron. But I think Nikola Jokic has done that at a higher clip, at least recently. But for me right now, I'm going SGA now. I don't anticipate me saying that as long as I did for Jokic or even LeBron when I thought LeBron was the best player in the world. I think I wouldn't be surprised if you ask me next year on May 25th who the best player in the world is. I'm not shocked if I'm saying Wemby. I've already said it. I think next year is the year of the Wemby. I do think Wemby is right there behind him. But all year I've been consistent. I've been saying SGA is the best player in the world. I'm going to stand by that.
Man, I mean, it's certainly those three. It's Wemby, SGA, and Jokic. You could definitely make a case for all three of those guys. I really am in that camp, though, Cordell, where I kind of think it's Wemby. And my argument for him is I just think even at this age, and even though he's only a couple years into the league, how he affects the game on both ends of the floor, I think is what makes him the best. I mean, it's like having Ed Reed on defense, the way a quarterback would always make sure where he's at on defense. You always got to keep track of where 20 is. Same thing with Wemby on defense. His at 7'5", that frame, his ability to affect shots in the paint. Then when he runs out to closeouts, you always have to be aware of where he is. There's just nothing else like him in the league. And he's going to win so many Defensive Player of the Year awards if he stays healthy. And then offensively, for a guy that big to have that touch that he does from three-point range, and then it's just like he's playing on a Nerf hoop when he's down low because of how tall he is. He barely has to jump. He just puts his hands up. It goes in. I think it's Wemby at this point just because of the effect that he has on both ends. It's kind of Shohei Ohtani-ish, the way that Ohtani can affect the game at the plate and on the mound. Wemby, it's kind of that way, I feel like, in the NBA. I think what's funny about Jokic, a lot of people, Cordell, I think would tell you it's either SGA or Wemby at this point. Jokic had such a ridiculous regular season again. Like every year we look at his numbers and we're just like, he can't top it. And he just does every year. And he's so efficient. He's a stat stuffer. He averages a triple-double. He does everything. But because of the quick exits the Nuggets have had in the postseason, he started to lose some steam in that debate. And with SGA winning the title, the Thunder being the favorite to do it again, Wemby and the Spurs being so good, them being in the Western Conference Final, just feels like that Jokic isn't quite in the conversation anymore. And defensively, he doesn't give you as much as those guys do. But as you called him the greatest teammate ever, I don't think that's a hot take, man. I mean, what he does, especially at that size, to be a point guard essentially at 7 feet, I mean, it's just crazy. So My pecking order, Cordell, to be honest with you, as crazy as it is, and he's won back-to-back MVPs, I'd actually go Wemby, Jokic, SGA would be my 1, 2, 3. It's really close, but I just look at how Wemby affects the game and how Jokic affects it offensively like nobody else can. And I think about that 7-game series last year, and I know it's last year, but when Denver played against OKC last year, and you cannot speed Jokic up. He plays at his game. And even against that defense, like it was just amazing to watch. So I would go Wemby. I think Jokic is right there. I think SGA is there. But even already at this point, man, Wembyama is everything that people said he would be, if not more. How he's affecting the game at this young of an age, how good the Spurs are already at this point in his career. It's pretty incredible. But it's just awesome that we have so many quality, incredible players in the NBA right now, and the draft class that we're getting too. And you would figure at least some of these kids are going to be really, really good. It's exciting for the NBA for sure.
Oh, no doubt. I mean, I say all the time, I think the NBA is compared to all the other major sports, they're in good hands forever. There are new hoopers being breeded every day. Now, football is, and football is my thing, but football is it's not like it's as accessible as it used to be. When I was a kid, yeah, we get together outside and a group of us, if we couldn't get together to play a full team football, we play throwback tackle in the middle of the street on concrete. Just, you didn't want to get tackled out there, but you used to see everybody outside playing football. Basketball is just everybody's playing basketball, and the AAU scene has blown up so much to where, these kids, and I've got kids in my family that have come up through the AAU ranks even still to this day. It's essentially like the pro level for kids. So they're being groomed for the NBA so early that the league is just in good hands. You know who your stars of tomorrow are without a doubt. Without a doubt. You look at Wemby, you look at Ant, you look at SGA and these guys, even some of these. Even if you want to go to this rookie class this year, Cooper Flag he met the hype. He met the hype. He was just as good as people expected him to be. So I do think the NBA is in good hands. I did like when you brought up your pecking order for the top three. I don't think you can go wrong with either of those three guys. I think it's when it comes to the SGA or Wemby argument, both of those guys are in a similar spot to where they play on really, really good teams. Really good teams. I mean, Jokic won the championship a couple of years ago. And you can make the argument that Nuggets team was the best team in the league at that time. I'll buy that. But since then, I think Jokic has been the guy, has out of that group at least, he's been the one that has had to, kind of take the brunt of his organization not coming through when they needed to. They've given out some bad deals in Denver that they're paying for today. They've let some guys go that maybe they regret, and they paid some guys that they shouldn't have paid. And so, I mean, you look at that Nuggets team, especially watching them in that series against the T-Wolves, they didn't look like the Nuggets team that we're accustomed seeing, and neither did Jokic. I mean, I get it. Gobert, his superpower is defense. He's always been known for defense. But a guy like Nikola Jokic is always eating Rudy Gobert's lunch. That didn't happen this time around. A big part of that series was Rudy doing a pretty good job on Jokic. Jokic's three-pointer not being there the way we're accustomed to seeing. Just quite honestly, Jokic not being the efficient player that we're accustomed to seeing from the field. That was out of the norm for him. At least with these two guys, I just feel like more times than not, you're going to get their best game. And that says something. I know SGA is coming off a couple of bad shooting games in this series by itself. Wemby has taken a back seat, but both of those dudes, their arrow is pointing up, drastically up, straight up in the air. And I think it's going to be their league for years to come for sure.
A lot of people, Cordell, felt like Giannis was certainly the best player in the world maybe 3-4 years ago, and we've been doing this song and dance the last 2 summers, 3 summers. Is Milwaukee going to trade him? Are they going to deal him? kind of feels like this offseason is different than the others where it like actually might happen, especially with the draft class. And some of those top teams really do have good packages that they can offer Milwaukee. Where are you on this offseason? Whether it's Giannis, LeBron, Durant, Anthony Davis, maybe somebody we're not expecting. Like, do you think any of these future Hall of Famers, any of these stars, these big names, you think any of them get dealt this offseason?
I do. I think if you look at the Eastern Conference, and I get it, this is maybe something that we could have said even back when LeBron was winning the Eastern Conference every year. But I just look at it and I think it's more up for grabs than it's ever been right now. I really believe that. And I just look at these teams in the East, and if you're not going to try to go all out to be the best team in your conference now, then when are you? Because there is no top dog. Yeah, we can sit here today and say it's the Knicks. That wasn't the case 2 months ago. It wasn't the Knicks, and I don't think you go into next year looking at this Knicks team saying, oh, yeah, it's their conference to win. I don't think the Knicks are head and shoulders above everybody else in the Eastern Conference. It's not the Heatles, it's not that type of Eastern Conference team. So if I'm the East and I feel like I have an opportunity to where I can go get one of these star players, I do think that you're going to see some teams really kind of empty out the clip a little bit to make that happen. I do think Giannis moves because Milwaukee, if not now, then when? I mean, they've been in reverse for a while now, and I think that's hit its head. The AD situation, we'll see. I don't think AD wants to be in Washington. I don't think he believes that the Wizards are a number one draft pick away from contending in the Eastern Conference. I think he wants to go somewhere else. I wouldn't be shocked if he wants to go back to LA, to be honest with you. But I think AD would like to play somewhere not in DC. I don't think he believes in that organization and their vision. KD, I mean, at this point of his career, he's a mercenary. Whoever will take him, I think he'll go there. But I don't think Kevin Durant comes with any type of sustained winning for that year. That the proof's in the pudding. KD isn't a guarantee to get you out of the first round, let alone the playoffs in general. But I do think we could see guys like John Morant move. I'm curious to see what happens with Donovan Mitchell's situation. It's no secret that he hasn't loved being in Cleveland, but they've made it to the Eastern Conference Finals, albeit they look terrible, but they're there. I'm curious to see if maybe what he decides to do, if he wants to still leave Cleveland or if he's open to staying there. But I do think there is an opportunity to where we see more big names move this offseason than maybe in years past.
Yeah, well said. It's going to be the NBA offseason is always enjoyable. It feels like this year could be another really, really fun offseason. Great stat from ESPN. The Knicks in their 3 closeout games this postseason against the Hawks, they had 40 points. Against the Sixers, they had 43. And tonight, a potential closeout game, 38 points in the first quarter as they are on top of the Cavs, 38-26, a 12-point lead and now an 8.5 point favorite against the Cavs. We're going to take a quick timeout here. BetMGM tonight on Westwood One Sports. PJ Glasser, Cordell Woodland. We come back. We'll update you on the Knicks game, on the hockey game, and on some baseball scores as well. Stay with us.
When the game goes live, the conversation turns up. BetMGM Tonight continues now.
Cordell, imagine betting Cleveland tonight. I mean, what fool would do that in Game 4 of the Eastern Conference Finals? Knicks are up 20, folks, 46-26. We did tell you, if you like the Knicks, just bet the alt lines. Don't lay the 2.5. Just take some stab with some bet, because this is what they have been doing for the last month. They've won 10 in a row. Their average margin of victory is 22.5 points in those games. And here we are, 10 minutes. I mean, we just started the second quarter. There's 10.5 minutes to go until halftime. The Knicks are already up 20. They're a 14.5 point favorite. They're minus 1,000 on the money line. And I'm shopping around, Cordell, to see, here we go. So live odds, according to BetMGM right now, your NBA Finals winner. Thunder are still the favorite at plus 100. The Knicks are plus 260. And the Spurs are plus 260 right now to win the NBA Finals, which is very interesting that the Knicks are the same price currently as the Spurs. If the Knicks win, you would think then they would drop below the Spurs. Maybe they go to like plus 230, plus 240, somewhere in that range, because that's probably what their price would be against the Thunder to win the Finals, maybe closer to like plus 220. But yeah, I mean, they are just on such a roll. We're watching during commercial break. Deuce McBride's hitting threes. Landry Shamit's going sidestep threes. This team is just, they're on another planet right now, and they're up 20 on the Cavs.
I mean, the Cavs are playing the Knicks and momentum. The Knicks have come in here and they have ridden all the momentum that they built up really from that Hawks series. They have just not let up whatsoever. And it doesn't seem like Cleveland is playing, that poorly. I do think Cleveland is just such an undisciplined undisciplined defensive team that the Knicks are taking advantage of that. They're hitting some shots, don't get me wrong. But they're also getting some open looks that they're not having to work but so hard for. I just don't think Cleveland has the defensive pressure that the Knicks would see from either of the two teams that remain in the Western Conference right now. And the problem with that is everybody's hot for the Knicks. I mean, they're all hitting shots. The other night their plan was to leave Josh Hart open, and he goes crazy. Now you got Landry Shamet going crazy. It's deflating. It's very deflating if you're Cleveland, and I think reality is already starting to set in from them just looking at the body language.
They definitely came out with a lot of energy, Cordell. The crowd was into it. The players on the bench were into it. But like you said, when you're down 0-3, the Knicks come out and they just hit you with this blitz, and they're just draining three after three. They're on a 16-0 run right now. I mean, this was a 4-point game. The Knicks were up 30-26. We're doing the show. I turn my head up, and then it's 38-26. And then it's 46-26. They just keep coming at you. You definitely start to wonder, because the Knicks are just going to keep going, and they're going to keep jacking. And you got to wonder, is Cleveland just going to roll over? Or are they going to fight back? Ton of time left. I mean, there's still 10 minutes to go in the second quarter. So there is a whole lot of ball to go, but Cavs have dug themselves into a deep hole, down by 20, 46-26 against the Knicks. In the NHL Stanley Cup playoffs, we got game 3 between the Hurricanes and the Canadiens. That game a little bit more competitive. Hurricanes are up 2-1 right now on the Habs, as Carolina was a big favorite going into that series. They dropped game 1, had to win game 2 in overtime, and now in just a raucous building there at the Bell Center tonight, Montreal currently have a 2-1 lead. In Major League Baseball right now, had a ton of day games earlier today. Right now, the live games that we currently have going on, the Phillies are up 3-0 in San Diego. How about the Phillies, Cordell? How well they've been playing as of late, ever since firing Rob Thompson and Donnie Baseball took over. Win tonight, they get themselves to 500, 27-27 on the year. Astros are up 4-0 on the Rangers. They currently have a no-hitter going I'm seeing no hits for Texas. Let's see if that's a perfect game. Why it is not. No, the Texas has walked 4 times. So we got a no-hitter right now, bottom of the 6th. The Rangers looking for their first hit against Houston, and then the Marlins are up 5-2 right now on the Blue Jays. Dodgers, Rockies still to come. Athletics and Mariners still to come tonight as well. But yeah, Cordell, Phillies 3-0. They're actually now minus money to make the playoffs in the National League. Are you buying this Philadelphia team? I mean, we know all the stars, the quality players they have on that roster. They've done this before. They did it a few years ago when they fired Girardi and Thompson took over. They got hot after that. Kind of feels like they're doing the same thing again. So do you liking this Phillies team right now?
I mean, it's hard not to kind of put stock into what they're doing. They've got the talent in that lineup. Kyle Schwarber, it feels like every time he comes to the plate, he's got the opportunity to give them the long ball. And for them, it's really about their rotation. I mean, Andrew Painter, who's been, the young kid that's come up this year, he's had an up and down start to his major league career. I think he's still trying to find his footing because that ERA being over 5 is just not going to fly for a Philly team that needs to, get it going consistently down the stretch, especially in this division where Atlanta's been so good all year. But it's that rotation a little bit that concerns me. Now, Wheeler's has been solid, but you get to like Aaron Nola, you get to Painter and Luzardo, and those guys concern me. Other than that, if they can get their start, that kind of meat part of their rotation to get it to come along, I think they'll be fine. I do still trust their bats. Bryce isn't Bryce of old, but Bryce is still good enough. He's still good enough, and he's got 12 home runs right now. I think this is still a lineup that relies heavily on power and putting up a lot of runs. If they're not hitting the long ball, then that gets them into a little bit of trouble. But it's hard not to kind of somewhat buy the Phillies in terms of being a team that could fight for a wild card spot.
No doubt. They're playing really well as of late. They're up 3-0 right now on San Diego. The Knicks are also playing really well. 53-32 lead, 7:20 to go in the second quarter. Our guy Jake Hassan joins us next. We got the college baseball bracket. The road to Omaha is officially underway. We'll break that down next.
The games light up. This is BetMGM Tonight on Westwood One Sports.
2 hours left to go here. BetMGM Tonight, Westwood One Sports. PJ Glasser, Cordell Woodland here with you on Memorial Day. We hope everybody had a great holiday weekend. You're probably hopefully watching us, and then you're also hopefully watching the Knicks if you bet them absolutely demolish yet another team. The Cavs 61-37 currently, 5 minutes to go in the second quarter, and Carolina up 2-1 on the Canadians in the first period of game 3 in the Eastern Conference final of the Stanley Cup playoffs. We'll keep you updated on what's going on in those two games throughout the rest of the show, but let's keep the playoff theme going. And I love the college baseball bracket. We had the selection show today. I don't watch much regular season college baseball, but when we get to the postseason, I'm locked in. And a guy who's locked in throughout the regular season is our guy, Jake Hassan. Check him out, Hassan Hacks Substack. Also follow Jake on X at the Jake Hassan. Jake, this is your time of the year, my friend. I know you love the college baseball tournament. Games will get underway on Friday. It'll be awesome. When you first saw the bracket, the unveiling of the bracket, what was the first thing that jumped out at you when you saw the field of 64?
First thing for me, PJ, that jumped out was Florida. Florida getting a national seed. And for the uninitiated, you get a top 8 seed in this bracket. That means you not only host for the first region, but if you win in advance and do your job and take care of business in the first round, you also host in the super regionals in the second round of the tournament. That's huge. That's home field advantage. And for Florida, a team that was very up and down, they have all the talent in the world, especially in the rotation with Aiden King and Liam Peterson. But they've lost a couple games they weren't supposed to. They hit a stretch in the middle of the year where they had dropped, I think it was 4 straight weekend series. They looked like a team that was on the fringe for a little bit. And then they end the year hot. And now they get a top 8 national seed. I think that's huge for them. You've seen their price crash. PJ, 2 days ago, Florida was 35-1 to win it all. Now they're 19-1. And even still, I think that's a decent price. If I was making a shot down the board, I guess, if you're considering 19-1 a shot, I think Florida is a good bet. They have the talent. They absolutely can win it all. That was what was shocking for me. And as somebody that bet some Florida before the year even started, made my heart flutter a little bit. But that was what caught my attention right away, is that Florida, with the potential to host for 2 rounds, they could have a huge jumping off point here.
Jake, it feels like no matter what sport we're talking about, when you have a tournament field like this, where you've got field of 64, there's going to be a region of death. There's going to be a region that's just so stacked and you can't understand why that many good quality teams are in that region. Which region is it for you that's overly stacked?
Far and away, for me, the region of death here is the Chapel Hill region. It's UNC's region. UNC is coming in as the 5th overall seed, but they get Tennessee, they get East Carolina, and they get VCU, all teams that have far and away winning records. Tennessee, an SEC team that, even though they started the year very poorly because their manager, Tony Vitello, went to manage the San Francisco Giants. How's that going, by the way? And they ended the year very, very hot. They took a bunch of series. They took a series against UT, against Texas, in Austin, Texas. It was a very big series for the Vols. They look really good. An SEC team is always going to have my attention. And then even East Carolina. PJ, you know from a couple of years ago when we had Eastern Carolina, when we had futures on them at huge prices, they're a team that is always in the tournament year after year. I think this is something like their 16th straight year in the tournament. They are always on the fringe, and they're a team that knows how to win games. Cliff Godwin, their manager, has been in this spot a million times. So North Carolina, even though they're a top 5 seed, this is not going to be an easy cakewalk for them. And honestly, guys, if you want to talk betting, this is a betting show. It's on the BetMGM network. After all, it's on Westwood One, sponsored by BetMGM. It's BetMGM tonight. It's Tennessee plus 350. I run, do not walk to bet Tennessee, because I honestly think that this is something that, even though UNC has been tactical and surgical all year long, I think Tennessee could really trip them up. And at that price, I'm willing to take a shot there.
Yeah, that's a good price. Plus 350 on the Vols to win the Chapel Hill Regional. So, Jake, that's the group of death. What about the flip side? What's the region where maybe you were hoping to fade a team that you knew was going to be in the top 16, and then the bracket came out and you're like, seriously, this is what we're working with? Who was there a region that sticks out?
There was absolutely a region that sticks out here. It's the Atlanta region. It's Georgia Tech. I have been anti-Yellow Jacket all season long because I think, PJ, you'll be familiar with this terminology. I think Georgia Tech's a paper tiger. They remind me of the Zach Edey Purdue teams where they just dominate a weak conference. They beat up on little opponents, and then they get to the tournament. They get to more elite teams, a bit of teams with a stronger backbone, and they fold like a beach chair. I wanted to go against Georgia Tech, and now here we go where they have Oklahoma as the 2 seed. Oklahoma has talent, but also they have a problem with their pitching staff where they can't stop giving up home runs. Hey, you know what Georgia Tech's really good at? Hitting home runs. People are going to get injured in this series. Like Georgia Tech, I think, got a really nice cakewalk to advance to the Supers and probably to Omaha as well. I was so disappointed. We'll see who they end up hosting most likely in the Supers, but I was real disappointed with what Georgia Tech took, and I'll still be looking for ways to fade them as we get deeper into the tournament.
Jake, I see that the SEC got 12 teams in the tournament. Which conference are you expecting to look the best when it's all said and done in this tournament?
It has to be the SEC. It's chalk, but it has to be the SEC. And which is weird because you're saying, oh, well, UCLA, Big Ten, the number 1 overall seed. Georgia Tech, ACC, the number 2 overall seed. And then you have to get to the 3rd overall seed, Georgia, to talk about the SEC. But that's where the SEC really rises here. Georgia into the number 3. Texas, the number 6. Auburn, the number 4. And on it goes. So the SEC just has so many teams here, guys, where I think they could bleed through. I'm personally hoping for Texas or Florida, but Georgia's been amazing all year long. Texas A&M and Mississippi State certainly have the talent here. And that's why we see the SEC win this tournament so often, so many years, because it's just, not to use the college football overused term, it's just different, especially for college baseball and the SEC. It's different.
We're talking with Jake Hassan here on BetMGM tonight. Check out Hassan Hack's Substack. Jake's going to write all this stuff on college baseball, MLB as well. And give him a follow on X at the Jake Hassan. You told us you like Tennessee. They're a 2 seed in that region with North Carolina. You, Jake, know every year in this bracket, in this tournament, we get upsets. There's usually a 3 seed that advances to the Supers. Maybe even we get a 4 seed that advances to the Supers. And everybody wants that long shot. They want that Cinderella. So is there a 3 or a 4 that you saw the draw and you're like, there could be a path there for that team to get out of that regional?
So there are a couple here. There are different regions that have a couple where it's topsy-turvy and where I'm going to try. It's not going to be against a Georgia Tech or a Georgia or against a UCLA, but I look at a region like the Hattiesburg region with Southern Miss, who I think is vulnerable. They play a pretty soft schedule. They're always in this tournament, and everybody wants to talk about them because they're the plucky underdog. But you look at Jacksonville State at plus 265 and at Virginia at plus 285. I like both of those. Virginia was a team that a lot of people, including myself, wrote off and wrote them off for dead after they lose their manager, they lose their best player in Henry Ford, but they were able to turn things around after a little bit of a gelling period at the beginning of the year. They end the year hot in a tough conference as well. They were able to make some noise and they sneak in here and they get a pretty soft, in my opinion, host with Southern Miss. So if you're looking for upsets there, Virginia is one that I like. And I'll tell you another one, PJ. I love Arizona State. I love Arizona State in the Nebraska region. This team has the guy who is maybe and definitely going to be a finalist, might win the Golden Spikes Award, and Landon Harrison. They're calling him Larry Bonds. That's how good he's been this year. He's hitting 400. He almost set the single-season home run record. Nebraska is a whatever to me. We got the feel-good story during the selection show of, Nebraska hasn't been in the tournament in a decade, and look at the turnaround that they've had. I think Nebraska baseball is going to have the same story that Nebraska basketball had in the tournament. Cool, quick, flash and pan, well done, you got here. See you later. Arizona State cut their teeth in a very tough Big 12. It was a tough conference. They have one of the best players in the tournament. I love, and they can clip this for social. Love Arizona State at plus 350 to come out of the Lincoln region.
I like it.
Jake, are there any teams in this tournament that should probably not be happy with where they are in the bracket, whether it's seeding or teams that were maybe expecting to host a regional game that are now having to go on the road? Any teams that should have a rightful beef with the way that the tournament broke down?
Yeah, I think you can make the argument that Oregon State has some beef that they wanted to host, but they played an individual schedule, and Oregon ended up taking number 1 overall seed UCLA into extras in the Big Ten tournament. That was very close last night. So Oregon State theoretically could have some beef if they really wanted to. They kind of have a big little brother syndrome, so they always have beef. Trust me, I've seen it in my comments. It has not been very fun, except it's been very fun. I would also say Arkansas. Arkansas was on that line, too, an SEC team with star power, a team that was in Omaha last year. They almost made it, and now they're a 2 seed to Kansas, and Kansas has never hosted a region. So you could argue that there's some beef there, and that's why you see Arkansas as the favorite, albeit only by 15 cents. Arkansas is the favorite to win the Lawrence region. I think those are a couple teams that are going to have chips on their shoulder. But out of all the regions, those are the 2 that stand out to me.
By the way, Jake, I love that Oregon, the Eugene Regional. Long live the Pac-12, baby. Oregon State, Washington State. They threw them all in there. I love that. That's fantastic. I know we don't have any lines out yet for any of these game ones, but since you know a lot of these teams and their pitchers, have you already circled like certain spots where you could get a team as an underdog in game 1, or maybe you're looking at certain totals because you know you're getting a great pitcher? If not, that's fine, because again, there's no lines out, but just knowing these teams, like any game 1s that maybe you're circling to bet the first day.
Yeah, one for me, and PJ, this will make you happy because you texted me about this. I think Lamar is going to have a real chance. I think it's going to be an under game against Texas A&M in that College Station Regional. Lamar has a pitcher who's their ace who has been absolutely nails, and he has pitched in big games. He's somebody that I am going to be looking to back, and that one at 25-1 for the region. Lamar, you know they're going to have a big price against the favorite, Texas A&M, the host of the region as well. And then, again, I said this before. I said this just a couple minutes ago. Oregon State, Dax Whitney, their best player and their best pitcher, one of the top pitchers in the country, his elbow exploded about a month ago, and he's out for the year. In Oregon State, that's kind of what made them tumble down the rankings. It's why they're not hosting, and it's why I got the Oregon State fans all riled up, because I said, you're not winning diddly now without this guy in your rotation. And they got really mad at me, but now they're the 2 seed. I'm probably going to take a shot at them in that game 1 because you have everybody move up a day, and Oregon State may be resting on their laurels a little bit because their rotation depth was their strength. But I think that you could get these other teams in the region as a plucky underdog at a big price here.
I'm looking at a couple of these, these 1 and 4 matchups so far. St. John's is a team I don't know much about. I know a lot about their basketball team, but what's their baseball team like these days?
They've been surprising. I've liked what I've seen from St. John's. It's kind of like their basketball team where they just don't give up. They're kind of just going to pummel you, and they're just going to come out with energy and try to outrun you mostly. And they're just going to try and say, all right, let's go. Let's hit the bricks. Let's go fast, and let's see if you can keep up. So I like this St. John's team. They're electric, but guys, if you really want a team to watch, I think Northern Illinois, and this is not Jakey narrative, this is not Jakey Homer, I swear, as I'm in Chicago, but I think Northern Illinois could really win a game or two and maybe go to the final for the region where they're at, because this is history. This is a team that won 10 games just 2 years ago, excuse me. Northern Illinois won 10 games 2 years ago. They won 35 this year. I think they can make some noise. I think they can win a game. They're a team that on a game-to-game basis, because you're going to get huge prices, because we know what happens, guys. These books are going to look at Northern Illinois, and they're just going to throw a number up there, especially against the region favorites and against some of these bigger teams. So Northern Illinois is a team I have my eye on as well.
Jake, last one from us. Any futures that you've bet for a team to make it to Omaha, to make it to the College World Series? Let us know any teams that you like, and then I'll put you on the spot, sir. Who do you have winning it all up to this point?
Yeah, so if you want a long shot on to make Omaha, I still think that Arizona State is a team that I'm going to be betting on. I love the makeup of this team. I just talked about them to win the region. You can still get them at pretty big prices. They're 10-1 right now to be in that final 8. I love Arizona State. I love what they're cooking with. As far as further down the board, some of these other teams that you maybe want to look at, I mean, St. John's isn't a bad look at 65-1. I think that they can make some noise if they get a couple of low-scoring games here and they just steal bases. They're another team that I really like. But if you're talking about to make Omaha, it's Arizona State for me at 10-1. And then to win it all, I really want to say Texas because I have futures on them, and I love this Texas team, and I love the makeup of them. But a team that scares me the most, and I can't believe I'm saying this because I was against them, and they were kind of a nothing to me for most of the year. Georgia. Georgia really is cooking with gas here. They've always been a team that can outslug you, has the star power, SEC powerhouse. But Georgia, as somebody who has nothing on them, they scare me the most.
Really? Okay, so no UCLA for you. Anybody that knows this tournament knows that the 1 seed, the number 1 overall seed, like never wins the College Baseball World Series.
One time, Tennessee a couple of years ago.
That's it. And Jake, I think I saw today when I was watching the selection show that UCLA hasn't lost a series all year, correct? They're the only team in the country that hasn't, and they have like the best player in Rock Chalowski. So what is it about UCLA that gives you hesitation on the Bruins?
It's what you said, PJ, just the narrative of the top team. They went wire to wire as the number 1 overall team in the country from week 1 up until through conference tournaments into the tournament. And they have the number 1 player, the guy who's probably going to be the number 1 overall pick, unless the White Sox, well, that's a different conversation for a different day. But I mean, UCLA is just, they have everything behind them and everybody's rooting for them. And, everybody's posting about them. I just think that they got to beat up on a Big Ten conference that was kind of weak, and they didn't have to cut their teeth in an SEC or even an ACC, even a Big 12. So I think UCLA, even though they can outslug teams, I think they can get to Omaha. I think they can get to the Final Four. But I think once they run into some of these Georgias, Texases, some of these elite teams, that's where they're going to run into trouble.
Love it. Great stuff as always. Jake Hassan, check him out, Hassan Hack Substack, and give him a follow on X at the Jake Hassan. We got the bracket for college baseball. The games begin later this week. It's going to be a fun ride to Omaha. Jake, always appreciate the time, pal. Thank you.
Anytime, guys.
Jake.
Good stuff there from Jake. All right, we're going to take a quick time out here. BetMGM tonight. When we come back, we'll update you on what's going on in Knicks and Cavs. And then we will revisit the Western Conference Final between the Spurs and the Thunder.
scores, sharp options. No waiting till tomorrow. BetMGM Tonight is back.
Canadians just tied it up with the Hurricanes at 2. Good one in the Bell Center. 14.5 to go in the second period. That series also tied up at 1 game apiece. In the Western Conference Final in the NHL, different story. Avalanche are down 0-3 to Vegas. President's Cup Trophy champions dealing with injuries. McKinnon was banged up yesterday, but only 4 NHL teams have come back from 0-3. Colorado going to try and make it the 5th. The Knicks, meanwhile, just continue to roll. They have won 10 straight games, all by 10-plus points, and right now they're up 19 on Cleveland. They're a 17.5-point favorite. They are minus 5,000 on the money line to make it to their first NBA Finals since 1999, where they will await the winner of OKC or San Antonio. And the NBA Finals line is still Knicks plus 260 to win the finals. The Spurs also plus 260. And OKC now even money at plus 100. And that's where we will go now, Cordell. We talked about this series to kick off the show. And if you out there listening, watching the show, want to chime in, please give us a call, 310-840-4910, 310-840-4910. We'd love to hear from you here on BetMGM Tonight. Series tied at 2. We go back to Oklahoma City for Game 5. And Cordell, I think my biggest takeaway is heading into Game 4, it felt like everybody was just talking about, well, how's this Knicks Thunder series going to look, right? How big a favorite is OKC going to be? Can the Knicks hang with them? And now all of a sudden, after the Spurs dominate them yesterday, Mitchell's hurt, Williams is hurt, those guys' status is uncertain the rest of the series, and Fox and Harper played again last night. So you got a Spurs team with the momentum. They're the healthier team at the moment, and they proved that they can already win a game in Oklahoma City. Has a lot of people thinking that now all of a sudden the Spurs might be the team that wins the Western Conference. Are you also in that line of thinking, or are you liking the Spurs right now, or are you sticking with Oklahoma City to win this series?
Yeah, I'm probably still sticking with OKC. I can understand why I can't get upset with anybody that chooses the Spurs. I do think that both of these teams are very close to each other. I thought it was going to go 7 before the series even started. I'm not surprised to see that each team has kind of made the other look bad has had a night to where they made the opposing team look bad. They're both capable of that. And this is one of the few teams in the Spurs that's not afraid of the Thunder. You don't really see that very often. I think OKC is really good at mentally defeating a lot of the teams that they play because they're such a well-oiled machine, and it's kind of tough to get to them and put them in a spot to where they feel threatened or their back is up against the wall. But the Spurs have definitely done that. I could also buy, the injury starting to pick up a little bit for the Thunder. And the injuries don't scare me per se because they've dealt with injuries all year. But I could listen to, when you talk about them running out of guards, with Mitchell now being declared out for Game 5, like that's going to be a huge loss. But I still think that OKC look, Aaron Wiggins was a big part of their rotation last year. He hasn't gotten on the floor really at all this postseason. He got out there a little bit in the last game, but that's just an example of guys that they were giving real minutes to when they won a championship last year that aren't even a part of the rotation now, that maybe they'll have to start leaning on them a little bit. But if there's any team that's equipped with that next man up mentality, it's the Thunder. They just seem to be able to. At one point, Wallace wasn't a thing, and now here he is out there balling out. Like Mitchell, same thing. Like they just know how to, find a way to get the guys that they do put on the floor involved and get the most out of them. They make them feel comfortable, and I do think it starts with the stars. And I was hearing SGA talk about that, I think post game of Game 3, where he was just talking about, everybody always says it's next man up mentality, but what is it about you guys to where you actually bring that to life? And he just talked about how he brought up the McCain trade which is still highway robbery to this day. But when he got there, he's like, just do what you do well. And again, I'm very well versed in coach speak and players just giving the PR answer. But when you watch them play, it's what happens. You watch Jalen Williams come off the big man Jalen Williams come off the bench, and he's hitting threes out of nowhere. He may have games where he doesn't even see the floor. Same with Isaiah Joe. It's just they have a way of allowing everybody that's on that roster to feel comfortable playing their game every time they touch the floor.
No doubt, and they're going to need Caruso to step up for them because he was an absolute no-show last night for them. 14 minutes, and he took one shot. He didn't score. In the 3 prior games, he had 31 in that double OT loss to San Antonio where he had 8 threes. Then he had 17 in game 2 and 15 in game 3. I'm looking right now at BetMGM, Cordell, and the market for Western Conference Finals MVP. SGA's minus 185, Wemby's plus 150, which makes sense. You think whoever wins the series, the winner, probably one of those guys wins it. I'm looking at Caruso, though, at 50-1. And because of the game 1 that he has had, and he's pretty much solidified himself as the second best player on OKC in this series, like, you think that could be worth a bet at 50-1? If he has a monster game and a closeout game, or these next 2 or 3 games, he, goes for 20 a night. Like, is there a world where he wins it? Or with SGA's pedigree and, the likelihood of Oklahoma City winning likely means he plays well, that it's going to be SGA or Wemby.
Yeah, I mean, don't get me wrong. I'm a sucker for those 50-1 bets. I love some crazy odds. I love the long shots. But with the series being tied at 2-2, you just think, at least in my mind, the stars are going to dictate the last 3 games of this series. I think SGA is going to put together, especially in the wins that they get in this series, if they get 2 more wins, I think he's going to be the main reason they get those wins. Now, I'll say this. When you get beyond Wemby and SGA, like, I'm probably more inclined to look at a Stephon Castle maybe a little. I think Castle might be slightly more of, I mean, look, realistically, if the Spurs win, Wemby's going to get the MVP. But I'm just comparing it in terms of the second best player on those teams, the odds. Like, I probably would buy Castle more than I would Caruso, just because I fear we've seen the best of Caruso in this series. I mean, him going off for 31 in game 1, you read his numbers. I mean, they've been going down from there. Now, him only having 1 shot last game is inexcusable. But at least in the case of Castle is a consistent contributor every game for the most part. I just don't anticipate. I think a lot would have to happen for Caruso to win Finals MVP, even if the Thunder do win. I think it's going to end up being SGA, but those odds are definitely enticing for somebody like me.
I know. I looked at that 50-1. I almost wish he scored like 12 points last night and his odds were at like 30-1 or something like that. That 0, though, that goose egg is going to be hard to overcome, especially when you're on the same team as the back-to-back league MVP. Again, tomorrow night, game 5, Spurs are going to be, or the Thunder, I should say, are going to be a 5.5-point favorite in that game, and the total will be 216.5. Knicks are up 17 right now on the Cavs in game 4 of that series. It looks like New York probably going to march on to the NBA Finals. And I think, Cordell, like, there's a lot of chatter picking up about how this Spurs Thunder series is such a war. Guys are getting banged up. It's so physical. These teams are so good defensively. You just wonder, like, how much they're going to have left in the tank against a Knicks team that swept Philly, got a long rest. Looks like they're going to sweep Cleveland, get a long rest. Like, if you're the Knicks, can you make a case against them winning the finals against either team? If you're a Knicks fan, is there a team you would prefer to the other?
Yeah, I mean, I think you almost have to prefer the Spurs, which sounds crazy because they have Wemby. But I think the NBA playoffs more than any other major sport, experience matters, man. It matters so much. And we've seen it time and time again in the NBA. These teams have great regular seasons. It's almost a rite of passage. You have to lose in the postseason at some point before you get to taste the top of the mountain, which is winning the NBA Finals. I just can't recall the last time a team didn't have to lose on their way to the finals before eventually getting over that hump. And I'm thinking of, I mean, the Warriors had already done it before KD got there. They had already had their time to where they had lost on the way to the finals. Even the Heatles lost their first year together against the Mavericks that year. We know how tough it was for Dirk throughout his career to even get to that point. All the postseason losses. I just can't go back in time and really think of a team that didn't have to. Even Jordan, obviously, Jordan had his troubles with the Pistons before he was able to be the king of the East. So yeah, I do think that matters. And so if you're the Knicks, to get a team in the Spurs that's kind of breaking that mold. If they are to get to the finals, the Spurs would kind of be breaking that mold a little bit because they didn't have to take that tough L in the first, second, or Western Conference Finals to get there. They kind of just ended up there. But I still wouldn't feel good about it. I mean, you got Wemby in the middle of that defense. Everything, all that Brunson floaters, getting to his spot at the free throw line in the paint. That's Wemby territory. He's literally playing free safety right there in the middle, waiting for somebody to come down there. So I don't think it'd be a great matchup for the Knicks, but it's the lesser of the two evils if you're a Knicks fan.
No, it definitely is. And yeah, man, I agree with you. It's the reason why I liked OKC to win this series against the Spurs. And that was really the only reason. I thought both these teams were pretty even, and it's played out that way through 4 games. It's 2-2. But it's what you said. You just I can't remember an instance either where a team just in their first year of being really good has just won it. Like you got to lose, you got to go through those growing pains. This Oklahoma City team did it, and I think if these two teams meet up next year, whoo, it's a different story.
Yeah.
If they meet up 2 years from now, different story. But this year, I'm with you. So I think if you're a Knicks fan, I agree. You're rooting for the Spurs because if the Thunder are the team that can't knock them out, the Knicks are obviously a team with this group. I mean, they've been through it. Like, they've gotten to the playoffs. They've lost a lot in the semis. They've lost in the conference finals. This is their first taste in the NBA finals, but at least they got so much more experience that they can lean on. And the Spurs have played in some great environments. Oklahoma City is a tough place to play. San Antonio at home has been a great environment for them. Minnesota was a tough place to play. Portland hadn't had playoff basketball in a long time. That was a tough place to play. MSG for the finals is going to be a different animal, Cordell. It is MSG for the NBA finals, I think, is the closest pro sporting atmosphere you can get to like a college. Like, I really do. Maybe outside of like a Lambeau or like Buffalo for the postseason, the Bills, maybe some of those hockey games like the Canadiens game right now. Like, just any of those sports crazed cities for their teams are definitely up there. But everybody just talks about how Madison Square Garden is different. And the thing about New York, you got the Mets and the Yankees, you got the Giants and the Jets, you got the Rangers and the Islanders. And I know you got the Nets, but they were in New Jersey for so long. Like, all those people, they all love the Knicks. It brings that city together unlike anything. And the fact they haven't been in the finals since 99, it's $3,000 a ticket just to sit all the way up at the tippy top. I mean, those people are going to go ballistic. That atmosphere is going to be absurd. So it'll be tough for the Spurs, man. I mean, even OKC, a team that just won the championship, like any road team, it's got to go in there. And even the Knicks, I mean, they're going to be so jacked up and amped up that it'll be really fun to watch. But yeah, I mean, we're in lockstep on the Spurs. As great as they are, just history tells you that year one, just really tough to win a championship. Cleveland making a little bit of a run here in game 4. You figured if you're the Knicks, again, first time since 99, you're trying to make the finals. Maybe not going to be easy. Cleveland making some runs. They're not going away. 16-point game, 9 minutes to go in the third quarter. We're going to hit commercial break. We'll come back and we'll keep you posted on that game. BetMGM tonight, PJ Glasser and Cordell Woodland here, Westwood One Sports.
When the game goes live, the conversation turns up. BetMGM Tonight continues now.
Well, when we were going to commercial break, the Cavs were down 16. They were chipping away towards that Knicks lead. It is now back up to 28 as the Knicks have gone on a 12-0 run. They went on a 20-0 run in the first half. Now they're in the middle of a 12-0 run, and they are just keep bringing the heat. There are so many Knicks fans there that flew in to see their team make it to the finals for the first time since 99. They're all standing. They're making noise. They're going nuts. And Cordell, all I'd say to any Knicks fan right now that's listening, that's watching the show, enjoy every second of this. Soak it all in. There is not any better feeling as a sports fan that you're going to enjoy than this next 19 minutes of play in the basketball game, the 6.5 or 18.5, the 6.5 minutes you have in the third quarter, the 12 minutes to go in the fourth quarter. That feeling when you know your team is going to win and they're going to go to the finals, the only better feeling is knowing they're going to win the championship. But I mean, so many young Knicks fans out there have never seen this. Even the adult Knicks fans, I mean, it's been so long since they've seen anything like this. And just what they must be feeling, knowing that their team is just like going to the finals and how well they're playing. It's the peak you can have as a fan. I remember as a Capitals fan, when they finally got to the Stanley Cup final and they beat Tampa in the Eastern Conference final in Game 7, they were up 4-0. And they scored an empty net goal with like 4 minutes to go. And I'm just like standing, that whole 4 minutes, Cordell. And I'm like, I can't believe like the Caps, they're really going to do it. The Caps that always lose in the second round, the Caps that are always the best team in the regular season and always choke. And they're finally going to do it. And I can only imagine for all these Knicks fans who have had to watch so many bad teams, they've had to watch these playoff exits the last few years, to watch how good their team is playing and how dominant they have been for the last month. I just encourage all of them, man. Soak it in, because you will not get many of these. And I think the NBA has shown us the last, ever since that Warriors Cleveland, when they, faced off 4 straight times, we all think, oh, this is going to be the next team that starts the dynasty, or, oh, this is going to be, you just never know. We've talked about how weak the East is, how great this draft class is. You don't know all these teams that could be wheeling and dealing and who could be the next star. So I just encourage them, man, to soak this all in. And I can't imagine what it's like being a fan right now, just sitting at the TV, just knowing that your team is going to the finals. It's got to be pretty cool.
I mean, I can assure you one thing Knicks fans don't have any shortage of is celebrating. They've been celebrating every win as if they've won the finals as to this point. So I would imagine tonight's going to be no different. They're going to be out there doing what they've been doing. This may be the peak of it all. This may be their last real celebration of the year. So yeah, go ahead and enjoy it. I don't know, man. I just can't shake how poor the East has been. It's bad. It's bad. Like this reeks. I've used the analogy a lot, but it just reeks to me of the Patriots run to the Super Bowl. It's just like what's there? What's been the team there to fight back? And this Cavs team, everybody knew that this team was going to fall on their face in this series going into it. I wish I could have seen the Knicks beat up on some real teams. And I don't even know who those real teams are in the East. That's the biggest problem. I just don't know if that team exists in the East, but we'll get to see what the Knicks are really made of here soon. That's what I'm curious to see. Then they'll get my respect when they beat one of these real contenders.
Well, and I think that's what makes the finals so interesting, Cordell, because a lot of times we do this with college teams where it's a college football team that plays in a weak conference, or especially in college basketball with one of these mid-major teams or whatever it may be, where we don't really think they're that good because they just haven't played anybody, but they could be really good. We just don't know. Again, I compared the Knicks to Indiana football earlier in the show, And with Indiana football, even though they did it the year before, like they didn't really beat anybody in that year one of Cignetti, and then they got to the playoff and they got smoked by Notre Dame, and it's like, okay, it's still same old Indiana. So then this year when it's like they beat Ohio State and we're just like, the Buckeyes, they beat Michigan. They knew they were going to be in the playoff, like so be it. And then they beat Bama and we're like, wow, they beat a team out of the SEC. And then it's like, wow, they beat Oregon again. They beat them twice. They smoked them. So I think it's fascinating with the Knicks. Like I agree. We don't know how good they are. Is it just a product of how bad the East is, or are they just really good? I kind of think it's a little bit of both. I do think the East is bad, and they're really going to benefit, again, from the fact that they had 2 sweeps. So they're really fresh. This is about as good as you could want going into a finals series. But like, if they had to play some of those teams in the West, like they wouldn't have swept Denver. They wouldn't have swept Minnesota. They would have had a harder time. Because the top half of the East, Cordell, has there ever been an easier top half of a conference than Detroit is the 1, Orlando is the 8, Cleveland, Toronto is a 4 or 5? I mean, somebody had to make it out of that, and it ended up being the Cavs. And all of those series, think about it. Detroit and Orlando went 7, Toronto and Cleveland went 7, and then Detroit and Cleveland went 7 in the next round. So all those teams weren't very good to begin with, and they all went 7 games to see who would move on. And they're the Knicks just waiting to just beat the brakes off whoever they played. But yeah, man, do you think the media narrative around the finals it just depends on who they play? Like if it's the Spurs, more people will like the Knicks, whether than it's the Thunder, then people will be like Thunder and 6 kind of feel to it. Or do you think after the way that they've been playing that there are going to be a lot of people that are going to be like, you know what? The Knicks are just on a roll right now. The Thunder are banged up. Like, what do you think is going to be a lot of the perception around the finals going into it?
Yeah, I think when you get to the national part of it, they're going to do their best to sell the series. They're going to do their best to feed into. They understand the popularity that the Knicks have amongst their fans is no different than jazzing up the Cowboys if they ever make the postseason again. Like they're going to feed in to that. So I do think there are going to be a couple of people here and there that are actually going to try to convince you that the Knicks will beat the Thunder in a 7-game series. There are going to be people out there that try to convince you that the Knicks will beat the Spurs in a 7-game series. I just don't think that that's the case. And this isn't even like me having revisionist history or like looking at it and just trying to beat up on anybody that the Knicks have beaten. I mean, we can go throughout the season. How many people were talking about the Hawks doing anything in the postseason? How many people were talking about the Sixers doing anything in the postseason? Or the Cavs? And the Cavs were the better of the 3 all regular season. At no point, I think even after the Harden trade, people felt even less confident that the Cavs would do anything in the postseason. So I just think it's a byproduct of that. The Knicks were in the Eastern Conference Finals last year. They're back again. They belong here. They're good enough for that. But like you said, even in the East's heyday, back in the day where they still weren't good, you knew the top half had some sort of quality talent. This year, it was really Boston and New York, and that's where it was left off. Everybody else, I think people looked at as just a playoff team that you really didn't put any stock in. But once the Celtics were knocked out, it really was open season for the Knicks.
And, you've been talking about it during the show, but the East really is so wide open. It's going to be interesting to see what the odds open up at for next year when the finals is done, with how dominant this Knicks run has been throughout the Eastern Conference, and Boston, kind of their championship has worn off on us and the way they've looked in the past few seasons. The Sixers are what the Sixers are with Embiid. They're just such a wild card. Detroit and Orlando, yes, they're up-and-coming teams. They need another piece. And then you got like these other Eastern Conference teams with Indiana that's getting Halliburton back. The Wizards have the number 1 pick. Like, how do they price those teams? I think it's going to be very, very interesting. Final hour of the show, BetMGM tonight. PJ Glasser, Cordell Woodland, Westwood One Sports. We'll be right back.
on their
Shuts
side.
down. The games light up. This is BetMGM Tonight on Westwood One Sports.
98-69. The Knicks are up. 2 seconds to go until the fourth quarter and one for Donovan Mitchell. So it'll be 98-71 and a chance to make it 98-72. But it's the same old story, folks. The last time the Knicks have lost a playoff game was the Thursday night of the NFL draft. You have to go all the way back then to April when they lost game 3 to the Hawks. Since then, they've won 10 straight games. All of them have been by double digits. They're getting ready to win their 11th straight game by double digits, and just another rout in the Eastern Conference playoffs as they will await the winner of the Spurs and the Thunder, which is the series we had all hoped for. That was the series we were waiting all season for. San Antonio beat OKC 4 or 5 times in the regular season, and through 4 games, that series is tied up at 2 with Game 5 tomorrow night. We also had some big news out of Major League Baseball. The Houston Astros threw a no-hitter tonight. They needed 3 pitchers to do it. Starter Amai went 6 innings. Then Okert came out of the bullpen to throw one. And then Santa finished it off 2 innings pitched. But a no-hitter against the Texas Rangers and what's been a really disappointing season for Houston. They improved to 24-31 on the year. They shut out their in-state rival and get a no-hitter on the Texas Rangers. I believe that was, the pitchers combined to toss Houston's 18th no-hitter to tie the 3rd most in MLB history. So the 18th no-hitter for the Astros organization. I'm PJ Glasser, joined by Cordell Woodland. Final hour of the show here, BetMGM Tonight. We'd love to hear from you guys. There were a lot of people calling in earlier talking about the Knicks. Well, you know they're going to the finals now, so give us a ring, 310-840-4910. Again, 310-840-4910. Let us know your thoughts. You can also talk some baseball, some NFL. In the NHL Stanley Cup playoffs, the Eastern Conference final between the Hurricanes and the Canadiens, Carolina and Montreal are tied up at 2 as they are in the second intermission. So that's what we got going on in the Eastern Conference Finals, in the NHL, and in the NBA. But Cordell, what have been your thoughts so far on the Knicks and the Cavs here through 3 quarters? We talked about how this could be a possibility. These types of games when a team's up 3-0 and it could be a wide range of outcomes. You have no idea what to expect. And this is what the Knicks have been doing the last 10 games. So I don't think it's like that surprising that it happens, but at the same time, like I kind of feel like it is because it's just like it's impossible that they keep playing this level of basketball every single night, and yet it just keeps happening.
Yeah, I mean tonight, I will give the Knicks credit in the sense they didn't allow the Cavs to build up any type of confidence at the start of this game. The Knicks scored 38 points in the first quarter. They understood, like you said, they were going to get a desperation game from the Cavs tonight as their backs are up against the wall fighting for their season. And they matched that. They matched that desperation with Cleveland not wanting to end their season with the Knicks wanting to get this series over with. And you don't always see that. And that's one thing I keep saying. If I'm going to give the Knicks any type of credit for this postseason run that they've been on, it's been the fact that they have put teams down and they are not allowing teams to get back up. These are inferior teams to them, but these are teams that they're playing and they're beating up on them. And look, Donovan Mitchell is giving it his all. He's got 28 points through 3 quarters. He's hit 5 threes. Evan Mobley's got 15. You know, James Harden, I said it earlier during a break, half jokingly, but I mean, anytime he takes a shot, it's a win for the Knicks. He's 2 for 8. 0 for 6 from the field. I mean, from 3-point land. He's got 5 turnovers. This is a veteran. This is a dude that's in the last leg of his career. He has yet to figure out how to value the ball, to value possessions in the postseason. That's one of the big differences from the postseason to the regular season that I feel like every team should be zeroing in on when it comes time to them putting their game plans together. You have to value the basketball. And he is just so loose with it every single time he's I forget, maybe it was game 1 or game 2 of this series. I mean, it's very late in the game and they had lost all momentum. He's throwing behind the back passes. He turns into a turnover. He just does not value possession of the basketball, nor does he value quality possessions. He has no care for efficiency whatsoever. That dude, his style of play will never result in championship basketball. The proof is in the pudding. It's always been that way with him. And the problem is when you trade for a James Harden, you're accepting that he will be your primary ball handler. You're accepting that this is the guy that's going to have the ball in his hands, making a lot of the key decisions throughout the game. He doesn't care about having 8 to 10 turnovers a game. How can you win with this dude when you get to the conference finals? You can't. You can't. Donovan Mitchell could go out there and score 45 if he wants to. They're still going to lose by 20. I'm not putting it all on Harden, but if you're going to be a the defensive liability that he's always been, you can't not give it your all on the other side of the ball. And his bad shot selection has been another thing that's followed him throughout his career, whether it's regular season when he's hitting them, but then you get into the postseason and you're not hitting those tough shots anymore. That's always been the case. He has just never learned to adapt his game from what happens in the regular season to what goes on in the postseason. He doesn't care. I don't think he cares about playing winning basketball this time of year. He's not a guy you'll ever win with.
I agree. And the proof is in the pudding, whether it was with Houston or whether it was with Brooklyn or whether it's been with the Clippers or, now the Cavaliers. And that was a head-scratching trade to begin with, Cordell. I like the aggression by the Cavs. Not run the same thing back with Mitchell and Garland. Try and switch it up. Go after a veteran guy. But that's not the guy, especially when your other player, Donovan Mitchell, has the same kind of playoff pedigree that Harden does, where he's played in a lot of playoff games. He always comes up short. More often than not, his teams are favored and they disappoint. Since he's been in Cleveland, they've really struggled to win on the road in playoff games. And it's like the one guy you bring in to try and support him is a guy who's an all-time, he's top 75 player, but he's known for always struggling in the playoffs. It never made sense. So, and now they're going to have to live with it because you don't make a trade like that. It's not like a rental in Major League Baseball, right? Where you just throw all these prospects at a team and you just have them for the second half of the season. They got to make it work with Harden. And you brought up, a couple segments ago, NBA offseason. Do they look to move Donovan Mitchell maybe? This could be the final straw for him to leave Cleveland and go elsewhere. I've always thought Donovan Mitchell would be a great number 2. I don't think he's a number 1 on a championship team. I think he'll be a really good 2 on a championship team. And there are some teams out there, Cordell, that could really use a great number 2 like Donovan Mitchell. The question is, would he be willing to be a number 2? And, can Cleveland find a trade partner? Or are they willing to deal away Donovan Mitchell? But yeah, the Cavs, they took a swing. It wasn't the right swing. Harden was not the guy to go after. And they're in an interesting spot. And like a lot of these other Eastern Conference teams where right now it's the Knicks, man. And you probably got to put Boston below them. I think if they would have played in this postseason, the Knicks probably beat the Celtics. But Boston is below. And then after that, like going into next year, if the power rankings in the Eastern Conference are the Knicks 1, the Celtics 2, who would you put at 3 at this point? You can project trades. You can project draft picks. Who would be 3? If you're picking teams to win the East, Knicks are 1, Boston's 2, who would be 3?
I would still put stock into Detroit. Okay. I do think Detroit is a good team. I like their nucleus. Durant his game has to mature, and it may not, right? He may not get that offensive skill set that a lot of people would like him to have. There's plenty of big men throughout NBA history who make their living off these easy buckets, getting set up by their point guards, getting second chance baskets, and being a defender, and their game never really evolves. He could easily be one of those guys, but I think there is something there in Detroit around Cade Cunningham that they can build upon going forward. After that, we got to see what Indiana looks like next year. You know, I've been telling people if Indiana was healthy this year, I think they'd come out of the East again. I really do. I mean, what if Halliburton is there and they've got their guys all upright and they're playing at full strength? Looking at the way that the East has played out this year, why would I not think that Indiana would have a chance to come out of the East again? But I do think going into next year, if all goes well for them in the offseason, and Halliburton's dealing with so many different things with his body these days, like I'm concerned for him genuinely. But if he's able to get back to the point to where he can play a high-level brand of basketball, I would look at the Pacers as a team that would immediately be put right back into the top 4, top 5 of the East.
They really dropped the ball, Cordell, not guarantee themselves a first-round pick this year, a lottery pick. I mean, that was just Zubac's trade, and with this draft class, I would totally be in on Indiana next year if they had a lottery pick. Man, if they got a top 5 guy this year, but not doing that. And again, they're just going to run it back with the team that they had 2 years ago. We'll see if they make some moves. But yeah, it's going to be Halliburton. It's going to be Siakam, Nembhard, Nesmith. And then you got Zubac there. You got Obi Toppin, McConnell off the bench. Rick Carlisle's a very good coach. There's a lot to like with Indiana, and the style at which they play, the speed, how they keep coming at you, full court press, the three-pointers, all those sorts of things. I kind of think they need another guy. That's why it's tough with the East, because you just don't know the team that's going to make the move. Detroit is interesting. I kind of like Orlando a little bit as that third team. I think Paolo's terrific. I love what I saw in the postseason out of him this year. I think he can be a number one on a championship caliber team, but they need some other guys. Bane was hot or cold. Franz Wagner was dealing with injuries. Wendell Carter's a nice piece. The problem with them, again, is that they really went all in for Bane. They gave up a lot of draft capital for him, so they're kind of tied, and no big-time free agent is going to Orlando as their destination. It would be nice if they had some draft capital to work with and they could go after somebody. So, yeah, Cordell, it's tough. I mean, Atlanta's a nice young and up-and-coming team. Can they maybe figure it out and get another piece to go along with Jalen Johnson potentially? It's going to be interesting. So, look,
I would say
Knicks are in a good
you made the good point, though, that a lot of teams in the East, it does feel like and how you made the point of Donovan Mitchell, if he'd be a great number 2 on a championship team. I feel like that's the case for a lot of the Eastern Conference teams right now. It feels like a lot of those teams that we mentioned are 1 to 2 big name players away from really being taken serious. Because even in the case of like the Magic, like you said, I mean, I believe in Paolo a ton. I love Paolo's game. I've always loved Paolo's game, even though he's a dookie. But that said, they go out and they recognize, all right, we need to go get another guy, a stud. And I like Desmond Bane. Don't get me wrong, but Desmond Bane isn't the guy that you put all your eggs into the basket of. That's a move that I do think is going to come back to haunt them. But even look, in the case of Miami, they're another one of those teams. They're going to have to I think they need to kind of overhaul that roster a little bit this offseason. I think this is a big time offseason for Pat Riley to really finally go get that star player that he has been flirting with for years. Giannis' name continues to pop up with the Heat. Whether it's Giannis, whether it's Donovan Mitchell, I wouldn't even be mad at a John Morant or something like that if they want to go get him. I just think Miami needs to figure out what they want to do, because they're another one of those teams that continue to be in the postseason every year, in the play-in every year. And yeah, when Jimmy was there, yeah, they made some noise. They ended up shocking the world and going from the play-in all the way to the finals. They're a long way removed from that. I love Bam, but similar to Donovan Mitchell, I don't think Bam can be the best player on his team and you start having championship hopes. So who's going to be that guard or that big time scorer? Because that's what I think they need. They need to get Tyler Hero out of there. Jovic, I'm sorry, a couple of these first round draft picks that they've used, and these guys have turned into being just a guy. I think they need to go out there and make a splash move themselves, which is similar to a lot of these teams we've been talking about in the East.
Yeah, and Philly is always the team that's just such a big wild card. The problem with Philly, Cordell, is they've tried to find that third piece to go along with Embiid and Maxey. And Embiid's availability is obviously the top issue with Philadelphia when it comes to the postseason. But they tried to get Tobias Harris. They signed him to that deal, and he wasn't that guy. Paul George was better in the postseason, but he had a couple games against the Knicks. He scores, he comes out 13, 15 points in the first quarter. He doesn't score again the rest of the game.
Crazy.
So they can't get that third guy to go with Maxey and Embiid. We were talking about all these teams in the East that really don't have that solid 1-2 punch. Philly does when they're healthy. Problem is, big fella doesn't stay healthy, and then that third guy they're trying to get along just cannot be consistent enough for them. But they're always the team that's so interesting. Charlotte was kind of everybody's league pass team this year.
Yeah.
That was super fun. But they're another one of these teams. It's never going to be a free agent destination, and they're just going to have to get it right. When they end up making their big swing, like Orlando did for Bane or that Cleveland did with Harden, they got to get it right. If they ship off, Brandon Miller or Con Knipple or whatever pieces they want to throw together to try and go out and get their guy to probably go along with LaMelo, I think that's probably the guy they're building around. They got to get it right. And if they do, maybe Charlotte then all of a sudden potentially becomes a factor maybe in the East. Charlotte's just also one of those franchises, like it's hard to ever wrap your head around them ever being good, competing for a championship as well, which is tough. Eastern Conference is so interesting. But what we do know is that Leon Rose has done a heck of a job building this Knicks team, and they are going to be playing in the NBA Finals. They're up 111-76 on the Cavs. Another incredible performance tonight for the Knicks with 6.5 minutes to go. Couple segments left for us here on BetMGM tonight, Westwood One Sports. Give us a call if you're still hanging out, watching the show, listening to the show, 310-840-4910, 310-840-4910. PJ Glasser, Cordell Woodland. We'll be right back.
Live scores, sharp options, no waiting till tomorrow. BetMGM Tonight is back.
126-83 in Game 4 of the Eastern Conference Finals. The Knicks are going to advance to the NBA Finals for the first time since 1999. They're going to win their 11th straight playoff game, all of those by double digits, and they came into tonight with an average margin of victory of 22.5 and currently leading by 40. That thing is only going to continue to climb as Cordell, at least, look, I like the Cavs in the game. I bet them small, plus the points, plus 2.5. However, I did say if the Knicks were to win, just bet the alt lines because this is what they've been doing. Like, don't even mess around money line 2.5. Just bet the 9.5s, 14.5s, 20.5s, and you're cashing all those with ease as they're up by 40 late in this game with a little over 2 minutes to go. The NHL game tonight, a little more exciting in Montreal as the Canadiens have just scored to take a 3-2 lead over. Oh, actually, it got disallowed, it looked like. So maybe it's going to be a 2-2 game. I'm going to flip over to that one after the NBA game's done. But it looks like at the moment maybe still 2-2 between the Canadiens and the Hurricanes. Astros had a no-hitter tonight in Major League Baseball. Some other scores currently live. Rockies are up 2-1 on the Dodgers. Mariners up 2-0 on the Athletics. Please give us a call if you're still around. 310-840-4910. If you're listening to the show, 310-840-4910. Looks like we got a caller, Mo in DC, who wants to talk some Wizards. Absolutely love it. Mo, welcome to BetMGM Tonight. Appreciate you calling in. What do you got for us?
First of all, excellent show. I listen all the time, but first time caller. I just think, y'all made some excellent points about, the Magic and the East and, up and coming teams like Charlotte. But if you roll out the basketball with the Wizards' potential starting five, that's a talented mob. And I don't, let's say they do get A.J. DeBonsa and they push Keyshawn George to the bench. Then you have Koulibaly, George, Will Riley, and Bub coming off the bench. That's a talented mob with Trey and DeBonsa and Sarr, and if AD want to stay AD, that's a mob to be reckoned with. I just wanted to know what y'all think, because I think they sneakily could be 5-4-3 in the East.
Mo, I don't disagree, and I appreciate the call. Cordell, my thing with the Wizards, on paper, it looks really good. And all the points that Mo made, I totally agree with. I am a Trae Young fan, especially from an offensive standpoint. When he was in Atlanta, he never had an all-star caliber. He never had an all-star teammate when he was there. And he got that team to the Eastern Conference Finals the year that they upset Giannis and the Bucks. I think Trae Young's a good player, and the fact that he wants to be in D.C., I think is great. Whether it's DeBansa, who I think it's going to be, or Peterson, I mean, there's no reason to think that guy won't be great. And like he said, I mean, Sarr's there, and Trey Johnson's there, and Koulibaly's there, and Bub's there, and Keyshawn George. There's a lot of great young talent. Anthony Davis is the wild card. I mean, that's really what it comes down to. Like, if you're going to get a healthy Anthony Davis, an all-star caliber Anthony Davis, an all-NBA defensive Anthony Davis, who's going to give you 20 and 10, maybe 50 games out of 82, and then he's going to be productive in the playoffs, yeah, the Wizards could be a 4 seed. That could be a tough out for sure. With the Wizards, though, Cordell, I just think that it looks good on paper, but so much has to go right for them to be like a 3 or 4 seed. And it's tough to know what they're going to look like because we were talking earlier in the show, Anthony Davis doesn't want to be there. I think you talk to most people, they don't expect him to be there for the Wizards on opening night. But like you could get a trade package for him that's really good, something that's good, whether that's for Giannis or whether that's for Durant or whatever it may be. I think there's a lot to like with the Wizards for sure, but there's just a ton of what ifs. But there's a ton of what ifs for a lot of the Eastern Conference teams, right? So to Mo's point, I mean, outside of like the Knicks in Boston, there's certainly a case to be made there for the Wizards if everything goes right.
Yeah. They've got some good young talent. I like Sarr. I like George. Um, and I think Trey Johnson can be a stud. I think he could be one of the more dynamic scorers in the league. I do think when it's all said and done, guys like Coulibaly and even Bub Carrington, I wouldn't be shocked if they move on from those guys at some point. Like you said, I don't think AD wants to be in DC. I don't think he'll be there when we get to next season, or at least as the season goes on. I don't think AD is still a Wizard when we get to past next year's trade deadline. Trey Young is fine. Trey Young is one in the East. He knows what it takes to win in the East. I'm fine with Trey Young being there as long as he can be healthy. At least he's a star that wants to be in DC. Not many stars ever say that. So that in itself is a good thing. I think what Mo and other Wizards fans do overlook, though, and you kind of said it, yeah, on paper, they have some quality young talent. But the Wizards have been in the bottom third, bottom quarter of the league forever, it feels like. There is something to learning how to win. And right now, the Wizards don't know how to win because winning has not been a priority in DC. They roll out the ball and they get out there. They've been focusing on not winning games over the last 3 to 4 years than actually trying to win games. So I don't think you're able to just turn that switch on and all of a sudden you go from one of the teams that's been deliberately tanking to now you're a team that's trying to be a top 4 team in the East. I don't buy that. I do think they're going to have to figure out the winning part. And that's going to take some time. I do think that's going to take some time, but they'll have some good young talent that they can have out there that people will be able to watch. I just don't think that the Wizards and a lot of their fans, I'm from DC. I have plenty of Wizards fans. It's a lot of Wizards fans that think they're a number 1 pick away from contending in the East. And I get why they would think that because the East is so bad. But I think there are deep-rooted issues in Washington that they have to fix and part of that is just flat out learning how to win basketball games again, because that's something that they haven't done in the district for a very long time.
Very long time. Yeah, look, I'm a Wizards fan, Mo, so I love the optimism. I'm with you. I was doing a show on this network when we were watching the draft lottery, and I was going nuts when they got the number 1 pick. And it's because there's finally hope. And it's what Winger and Dawkins have built in the front office, how they've gotten these veterans in Trae Young and Anthony Davis, the young talent they've acquired. And because of how good the potential number 1 pick can be, like, it's exciting, the future of the Wizards on paper, what it could look like. Now they got to put it together, obviously. Another underrated part of the Wizards, Cordell, maybe for like next year or the next couple years, is the head coach. Brian Keefe. He's had some terrible, terrible teams, obviously, the last few years. It just kind of feels like a Brett Brown situation, like when he was in Philly and they were going through the process. And you know, the guy was with you through those dark years. He was with you through those 60-loss years. So now when you finally have players that you can win with, you see what he can do. And that's fine. You see if maybe you got something. But it just feels like he's kind of the stepping stone for the next guy. Maybe that's like a Tom Thibodeau, right? I was hoping it was going to be Michael Malone, Cordell. I really was. When I saw UNC snatching him up, I was like, that's kind of the guy that I wanted in the back of my mind. But I think it's somebody like that who's been there, has had success, knows what it takes to win in the postseason. So I think that's another part of this too for the Wizards. Like, it's great to acquire all this young talent. It's awesome that they have the number 1 pick. It's great they're starting to get some of these veterans that have been all-stars in the past and maybe still have some good ball left in them. But I think they're going to need another coach too to kind of be legit, like in the Eastern Conference. And that's not to say with Brian Keefe next year all goes right. Maybe they get a 5 seed. Maybe they get a 4 seed. But I just don't think he's going to be the kind of guy that like you make an Eastern Conference Finals with, or certainly like an NBA Finals. But Cordell, that's what makes the East so exciting. And I think that's why it's so excited for Wizards fans is what we've been talking about for like the last hour. The Knicks are going to be good again next year. The Celtics are going to be good again next year. After that, like, good luck trying to figure out who the third, fourth, fifth best team in the Eastern Conference is. It could be a lot like it was this past year with kind of all these young up-and-coming teams. It's anybody's for the taking. And with this offseason, and it feels like Giannis is finally going to get dealt, and LeBron is willing to move, and Durant's probably going to go to another place, and maybe some of these other guys that really aren't on our radar could get traded potentially. The East is going to be fun, man, and the Wizards are right there for the taking. And I've been saying this on air too, Cordell. I still think it is a possibility potentially that they could trade the pick. And there's been a lot of rumors that that could happen. The reason I think that, though, is because their front office, those guys, Winger and Dawkins, that run the show, came from Sam Presti in Oklahoma City. And what does Presti do better than maybe anybody, any general manager on all of sports? It's acquire picks. That's what he does. The Thunder won the title last year. They might win it again this year. And they got a lottery pick for this upcoming draft from another team. Like, he's a mastermind. So I think they're looking at this number one pick. If they feel like Debanza is their SGA cornerstone, then yeah, you got to take him or whatever it may be. But if you're looking at some of those other guys, man, that you can maybe draft at like 4 or 5 or whatever it may be, that's why, like, all this stuff about them trading the pick, I don't think is necessarily smokescreen if they get a really, really good offer that they just like can't turn down.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's what it'll mostly have to be. And I mean, and there are plenty of reports out there that talk about their love for Darren Peterson as well. And I think he's a stud in his own right, but it does feel like DeBonsa is the consensus number one pick. Now, Utah is all over DeBonsa as well. And we know how last year went with the Wizards. They wanted I forget the kid's name, the rookie that the Jazz ended up getting that wanted to go to the Wizards. Ace Bailey. Ace Bailey wanted to be a Wizard, and he ends up getting drafted by the Jazz. And now you have a similar situation here to where it could be DeBonsa wanting to go to the Jazz, but the Wizards are the ones right in front of them. So I am curious to see if the Jazz are willing to pony up enough to move up just that one spot to go get DeBonsa. But I think the Wizards have a couple of guys that they like. I do think that they'd be open to moving down. I don't know if they necessarily should, though. I probably would take the pick and take the player. And if that's DeBonsa, cool. If it's Darren, then cool. You know, I would go with either of those guys if you truly like it. But I do think they need to start rounding out this roster. And at some point, it has to be about winning. Like, the future has to be now. They've been tanking forever. And they've been building up on a lot of this young team. At what point does it get to, all right, we've got the young core, we've got some veteran guys. Now let's go actually try to win some games. I think that's what this year will be about for the Wizards. But they're in a good spot. They have a couple of options at their disposal, and teams are definitely going to be calling for that number one pick. They should get some pretty good offers. So if they're blown away by one, take it. But I'm just of the mindset, like, probably use that pick unless you're able to get another player that you think can have just as much of an impact as the guy that you get at 1, and the draft capital that you're getting in return with that said pick is overwhelming. Like, if it's a slam dunk win of a trade for you, sure. But I'm not rushing to trade the number 1 overall pick if I'm the Wizards. I'm just not.
Neither am I. What I was saying yesterday, Cordell, was it has to be like when Luka got traded and we're all looking at that like, what is Dallas doing? It's got to be one of those where if the Wizards trade the pick, we're looking at it like, why would Memphis give up all that? Or why would, Brooklyn give up all that? It's got to be one of those trades. But I agree with you. I think they keep it. They've been bad long enough. They've been taken long enough. This is what they've been building towards. And I think they take their guy at number 1. And who knows, maybe next year it could be a top 4 or 5 seed in the Eastern Conference. But the top team in the Eastern Conference this year, the New York Knicks, a 130-93 victory over the Cleveland Cavaliers, as they will get their rest and they will wait to see whether they will face San Antonio or Oklahoma City in the NBA Finals. One more segment to go here. BetMGM tonight. We wrap up the show next here. Westwood One Sports. PJ Glasser, Cordell Woodland. Stay with us.
Goes live, the conversation turns up. BetMGM Tonight continues now.
I think the New York Knicks, Cordell, are going to get the wake-up call that the Hurricanes are getting in the Eastern Conference Final against Montreal. They swept Ottawa in the first round. They swept Philly in the second round. Smooth sailing. 8-0 in your first 8 games. Then they lose 6-2 in game 1. They have to come from behind to win game 2 in overtime. And now here they are in game 3, and it looks like we're headed to overtime again in this series between the Habs and the Canes. We got a minute 40 to go in the third period. Back and forth action, just on the edge of your seat. Bell Center is rocking, and it looks like we're headed to OT in a pivotal game 3 with the series tied up at 1. But it has been smooth sailing for the Knicks in the last 11 games. They've won 11 straight, all those by double digits. They make the NBA Finals, winning 130-93. They will wait the winner of Spurs and Thunder. And who are you hoping makes it to the finals, Cordell? Because we've talked about if it's the Spurs, we would like the Knicks more. If it's the Thunder, we both like the Thunder. But from a watchability standpoint, like, I kind of think I want to see the Spurs, man. Like, I want to see, like, Wemby in the Garden, you know? And I just, like, I don't know. The Thunder would be cool. The thing about the Thunder that would be funny, Cordell, and we need to get, like, Guillermo from Jimmy Kimmel out to Oklahoma City if this happens, but I want to know all the A-list Knicks celebrities that fly out to Oklahoma City for the finals. I want to know how many of them are making their first trip to OKC before in their life. Maybe a lot of them haven't really been to San Antonio either. We'll see. But I kind of think I'd almost rather see the Spurs because I think it'd be more competitive. And I just think watching like Wemby at the Garden would be awesome. I would love to see that.
I got an agenda to push. So I need the team that I know is going to come through for me. I need the Thunder to be the ones to come in there and shut it all down. I can't have any loose ends. We need the team that we know is going to take care of business. And I still firmly believe that it will be the Thunder, even if this Spurs series goes 7, which I highly anticipate that it does. But it would be funny because the Knicks have been able to make a living. Again, this is also a byproduct of these Eastern Conference teams being weak and their own fan bases barely believing in them. But the Knicks have been able to go on the road and infiltrate the stands in every arena that they've gone in so far in the postseason. They're not outnumbering the Thunder fans in OKC. They're not going to San Antonio and outnumbering those Spurs fans in that building. Both of those fan bases are going to show up to those games. So it's not going to feel like a neutral site game the way that it did against the Cavs, the way that it did against the Sixers, where you got the Knicks chants going on all game out there. These will be true road games for the Knicks. And I would argue that the Knicks haven't had a true road game since that Hawks series in the first round of the playoffs. And Atlanta's not a tough place to play. So I do think that's something that they have had in their pocket, is that they've essentially been playing at home in every single one of these games. That will not be the case in OKC or San Antonio. But I would like to see OKC be the ones that comes out. Just so you like, if the Knicks are going to win it, go beat the champs. Go take it from them. You know, that's what even if the Spurs are going to do it, if you're going to beat the champs, you got to beat them. And I think that's what we're going to see in this Western Conference Finals with the Spurs. But no doubt, I think that the Thunder are the team that I can count on the most to come through for me, so I can push my agenda further.
I like it. Cordell, my next question for you. I just thought of this. Christmas Day schedule for the NBA next year. What is the marquee game? Is it Spurs Thunder? Is it Knicks versus whoever the finals ends up being? So is it Knicks Spurs, Knicks Thunder, whatever it may be? Is it Knicks Celtics? Is it Knicks Lakers if LeBron comes back? Like, Adam Silver in the NBA, because the Knicks are so good, it's the New York market, you have that media, but like Spurs OKC is the best game, and like that's the next rivalry it looks like for the next decade. What do you think is that prime time NBA Christmas Day game next year.
No, I'm right there with you. I think the Spurs Thunder has grown to be every NBA fan's favorite matchup. It just has, and it's not even because of the postseason. They did that throughout the regular season. They've really built it up to where everybody was waiting for the Western Conference Finals to come around because we knew these two teams were on a crash course to face each other. I can't think of a matchup in the NBA right now that's more anticipated than Spurs Thunder. I honestly can't. Whether it's two Eastern Conference teams, East West, two Western Conference teams, whatever the case is. I mean, a close second for me might be like Nuggets Thunder. Still, I still like those two teams when they play each other. You still get a high level brand of basketball. Even maybe like the T-Wolves and the Thunder. Like, I just think the Thunder are probably going to be a part of that because they get everybody's best shot. And it seems like every team raises their game 2 notches when they play them because they understand the task at hand. But that T-Wolves team, they've been a tough out for the Thunder before a couple of times. So I think that'd be a good matchup. And Jokic always steps his game up when he plays those dudes. But for me, I think when you talk about the prime Christmas Day game, the game that the NBA wants to have the most eyes on, it should at least be Thunder Spurs.
I think the 3 games that I feel good about for Christmas next year, Spurs Thunder, Celtics Knicks, Nuggets T-Wolves. I think those are the 3 games that we're getting. Maybe they mix and match with those teams, but I feel good. And then I think the late night game and that noon Eastern game to kick things off are still up in the air. We wait to see where these free agents go and what ends up happening. But I kind of think those are your 3 marquee games on Christmas Day. And I agree with you. I think Spurs Thunder probably gets that primetime slot, which, again, I mean, we got such a good NFL Christmas slate this year. So working that channel back and forth between those good NBA games and the NFL games. But NFL Christmas, I mean, there could be a lot on the line for those games. I don't remember what the NFL primetime Christmas game is. I got to look that up because I know Thanksgiving primetime is Bills Chiefs, but primetime Rams Seahawks. Oh, that's pretty good. Rams Seahawks in Seattle is the primetime Christmas game. You also got Bears hosting the Packers. Bills are at the Broncos. Christmas
should
Eve
be 3
game,
good matchups.
Texans at Eagles. Ooh, should be really good games. So that
I will say I did have a question for you with the Knicks winning the cup, the NBA Cup. The NBA Cup. If they do go on to win the finals, which of course in my mind is a long shot, but they'd be the first team to now win both of those trophies in the same year. Do you think that would give any extra credence to the newly end season tournament that the NBA loves so much?
That's interesting. I don't think so, but
because remember last year, wasn't it the Pacers? Or the Pacers were at least in that game last year and went on to the finals.
Who was it last year? It might have been the Lakers last year.
Actually. It was the Lakers. You're right. It was the Lakers. It was the Lakers that won it. Yeah.
Yep. So I don't think so, but that'd be a great accomplishment for the Knicks to win that NBA Cup, even though maybe some teams, some players treat that differently than others. It'd be crazy. Real quick, last one. The Knicks win the NBA Finals. Does Jalen Brunson take over Aaron Judge as New York's top athlete? The most favorite athlete, you think?
I would probably have to say yes. I would have to say yes. I would have to say yes. And Judge is beloved, but you win that championship for the Knicks, yeah, you're at the top of the pedestal in New York for sure.
Especially since Judge hasn't done it yet. I think if Brunson does it, I think so. Well, congrats to all the Knicks fans. Another sweep. They're in the NBA Finals. They get to kick their feet up. Wait to see if they're playing the Spurs or the Thunder. Cordell, enjoyed it as always, my friend. Have a good rest of your week.
Yes, sir.
Thanks, everybody behind the scenes, Grant, Zach, and Max. Hope everybody had a great weekend. Brad and Pat back tomorrow. BetMGM tonight. This has been Cordell with PJ Glasser. See you guys down the road.